After a thrilling start to the 2026 season, we have arrived to the first major of this professional disc golf year. We're at Lynchburg, Virginia at New London Tech, one of the toughest wooded courses in the world. And the top players in MPO are ready to tackle the course. Your defending champion and four-time major winner, Isaac Robinson, is arriving, getting ready to go and try to defend his title. And we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Good afternoon, everybody. Alongside Brian Earhart, I am Charlie Eisenhood. And as much as Isaac is going to be looked at as a potential favorite this week, given how he plays in the woods, we have to talk about Gannon Buhr and what he has done so far this season. He's been amazing.
Well, I think this is a really good skill check for Gannon Buhr this week. He hasn't shot under par on this layout. Last year, obviously, his grandmother passed away. He went to the funeral, didn't get to practice the new layout a lot. But he's excited to attack this track again. I think he said it kind of makes him uncomfortable. The landing zones are small. We've heard this story before. But Gannon, I think, in general, has improved tremendously on some of the more technical sides of the game.
Despite a little bit of a slow start at the Supreme Flight Open to begin the year, he really picked it up in the final round and made a charge all the way up into second place.
Yeah, loves slow start. He finishes second place behind Ricky Wysocki and then comes up here. What a storied week this was at a brand new course, Grand Cypress. Not in the lead one time before he won the tournament in the playoff.
Beats Ricky in the playoff and then follows it up with a magnificent performance in Charlotte at the Queen City Classic. He was able to take a triple bogey late in the final round and not even break a sweat. That's how much he was up in this tournament.
Well, I asked him about technicality and what shots stood out to him this tournament, and he said, I like to keep it simple. I didn't see simple shots coming out of Gannon Buhr. Those shots are starting to feel standard for him.
Well, you look at what he's done so far this season, it's the best start of his career. He's averaging a 1.3 finish with second, first. And he's played a couple of non-tour events. He won both of them. So he has been absolutely electric so far, averaging nearly 1060 and already 2 wins through 3 tournaments.
Well, he told me he's feeling better than he's ever felt mentally, which is scary for the rest of the field. I think for a young kid, it can kind of go one way or the other being out here on tour full time. But I love that he has the mental capacity to use some of these off weeks to play tournaments to practice and stay competitive and fresh.
Well, Gannon is going for his 5th major win this week. He's never missed the top 10 at the Champions Cup. He has an opportunity to already, at his young age, get a career Grand Slam with a win this weekend.
It's a huge career accomplishment, and obviously, I have plenty of years to get that, but to get it earlier would be better, obviously. And I think just proving myself even more in the woods would be good for my mental game and stuff like that, to really prove that I'm a well-rounded player. I can play any course. So getting this one is going to be a grind. I think it's going to take a lot of mental fortitude. So I think that'll also kind of showcase that the person who's going to win is going to be the best scrambler, best mental game, and the person that can kind of stay in it for 4 days.
And as that topic bar points out right there, Gannon is looking for the career Grand Slam. Paul Macbeth trying to do the same. And we're ready now to check in with the third member of our crew. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, is going to be on the course all weekend long. Terry, great to have you with us. And I just want to ask you about your thoughts on what Gannon has done so far this year.
As you guys were just talking about, the start that he's had, it seems unbelievable almost, whether it's been on the tour or at a few of the A tiers out here, just pure dominance in almost every single way. And we don't see a lot of that. I mean, when you see a player go out and play as well as he has, you think about the greatest of all time. You think about maybe a Macbeth season from 2015. You think about a Ken Climo from 1995, who I think won 22 out of 23 events that he played. It's just incredible. And Gannon's laser focus, we've already said, not only does he have records in mind, but then he's already starting to think about breaking the overall record in terms of the ratings and things of that nature. Like, he's finding new things to challenge himself with to continue to be the best in the class.
Well, Terry, I know that Gannon mentioned this is going to be a huge challenge for him winning in the woods this week. 4 rounds at New London is a crazy challenge. And I know you're a course designer. You've done a lot of courses. I've played a lot of your wooded courses. With this wooded track, what stands out to you from a design standpoint?
Well, one of the things that excites me is seeing what Paul McBeth has with his mentality of not every shot off the tee needs to be a driver. It doesn't even necessarily need to be a fairway. He told us yesterday in the press conference, there's times where he really wants you to set up with something slower in mind off the tee, and then you can decide if you want to be aggressive on your second or possibly even your third shot. So just having that overall control of throwing the mid or throwing the putter off the tee is something that's really special. The courses I've designed, mostly par 3s and par 4s, nowhere near the level that we see out here on the Pro Tour. And seeing what these players can do just week in and week out is almost become a little bit deflating to see what we used to think was so difficult when we were playing 10 or 15 or 20 years ago to seeing what they're doing day in and day out. It's truly impressive and astonishing, but yet deflating for us normal people.
Well, Isaac Robinson has been fantastic at the majors in his career, and certainly at the Champions Cup, where he's got 2 victories already. We know how well he's played at New London Tech in the past 2 seasons, and he's won here before. He's obviously going to have some amazing memories. Is he the favorite, do you think, this weekend, despite what Gannon's done so far this year?
Well, if you check what we've seen on the Disc Golf Pro Tour social media account and the players when selecting who they thought had a chance to win, it seemed as if Isaac was the resounding favorite. And I asked him about that at the press conference, and he just kind of smiled. And he's like, I love that vote of confidence. I love playing in the woods. I love shaping the shots out here. We've seen the success he's had here, but also over at the W.R. Jackson course when he picked up the major, the Champions Cup that year. So it's really great to see. I asked yesterday if it wasn't going to be Isaac, if it would be Gannon, and Gannon said, I think there's a 47% chance it's one of the 2 of us out here. So plenty of confidence. I don't think they're really going out on too many limbs if you pick either Gannon or Isaac. But when I saw McBeth, when we just shuttled over here minutes ago, I said, what's it going to take to beat Gannon? And McBeth said, it's going to take Gannon to beat Gannon. So he knows that he has to just stay patient and stay away from the big numbers. And, well, we'll see if Gannon can keep it together or if someone like Isaac or Paul McBeth are going to pick up this major.
Gannon getting some respect from McBeast. Thank you, Terry. We'll look forward to seeing you out there.
Looking forward to it. We'll find you guys in the fairway.
All right, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, out there with us all weekend long. Anthony Barella and the second feature card are getting ready to go here at the Champions Cup. It's major time in the spring. The PDGA Champions Cup is a PDGA major and is presented by Vessi, 100% waterproof, guaranteed, and the PDGA. Become a member today at pdga.com. Gannon Buhr arriving to the course, ready to go. Looking for his first ever Champions Cup victory, and he's locked in.
This is the 240 tee time, and this is one of our featured cards. And teeing off first from Mesa, Arizona, Anthony Barella.
AB, the most recent major champion, winning USDGC, getting his first major title of his career. He has made the top 5 at 5 straight majors. Bit of a slow start here in 2026. He can erase that memory with a great showing this weekend.
That looks to be creeping on that right side OB. Have to wait for a confirmation.
From Safety Harbor, Florida, Calvin Einberg.
Calvin, of course, getting his first major title last year as well, taking down the European Disc Golf Festival.
It's about 390 to get to that front OB, and now he's creeping on that right side as well.
Next, from Vasalma, Harjuma, Estonia, Maury Vilman.
Valerie Vilman, the top Estonian. This is his first Champions Cup appearance. Nearly took down the Blue Ridge Championship last weekend in North Carolina at an A tier, but Gannon Buhr beat him in a playoff.
Just for the fans seeing this course for the first time, you have to hit the fairway to stay in bounds on this par 5.
And from Aberdeen, South Dakota, Ezra Adderwood.
Ezra Aderhold inside the top 10 here at Champions Cup last season out in California. Still looking for his first major victory.
That's burnt over to the right as well. Not the best showing from this second feature card.
So they will head up to their lies, and we'll find out whether all 3 of those guys are OB. Take a quick look at the points scale for the Disc Golf Pro Tour World standings. Majors are worth double a regular Pro Tour event. So it's a lot on the line this weekend. Guys' careers can be defined by their performance.
100%. I talked to Anthony Barella before this. I said, how do you feel about this course? How do you feel about disc golf? He said, disc golf's going to be really great after this weekend. I thought he was being cynical. He then said, I'm going to win another major this week.
Wow. Confidence, despite the slow start. Time to do some DGPT trivia presented by Slot Shot. Here is your trivia question for today. Among players with no major wins, who has the highest average finish at the majors with minimum 20 starts? What do you think, Brian?
I would have to say Niklas Antila.
That's a great guess.
Feels like it has to be the player.
My only question is if he's played 20 majors yet.
It feels like he's been doing this for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a very good guess. PlaySlotShot.com is where you can go pick up your own slot shot today. Answer coming soon. Aderhold was out of bounds, so that's his 3rd shot up to the front edge of the first OB. Kind of a triple island hole here at the first.
Yeah, like I said, that front OB is 390. It's 470 or so to carry to the next island fairway. Going OB off the tee is really tough because it doesn't even give you a good angle to get up there. This is Anthony's 3rd shot as well. Conservative play. They can potentially get aggressive on that next shot, but I really don't think they're going to. Pretty tight gap to have to hit to get to that third island. He's played his whole 18 last year. Pretty even scoring spread. Kind of doing the same today already.
Calvin also finding the OB. Tough start for our feature card.
Well, it's crazy. You have these 3-4 foot gaps on this course these guys can hit, and then you give them a wide open fairway, and the pressure of this being hole one can kind of screw with you a little bit. Currently 18% birdies on the day, so a fair amount of players actually grabbing that birdie. 30% double or worse on the other hand.
Lowry gets his rangefinder. Finds this distance. Third shot here for Villman. Trivia answer coming in just a moment, so lock in your guesses. Ouch. Back-to-back OBs for Villman. And he'll be throwing his fifth. Your answer: among players with no wins, who has the highest average major finish with at least 20 major starts? And a DGPT trivia answer presented by Slot Shot is Cale
Wow.
Laliska, averaging a 16th place finish in his career.
Now I got to do some Statmando research here. I got to take a look at Niklas's starts.
I bet you're right, but he doesn't have 20 starts.
Also, maybe when he started
He's
playing
been-
majors, he was a little less experienced, and
He's been fantastic at the majors, despite not yet getting a win. I think he's the best player without a win at the majors yet.
it's okay to get beat by Cale. That's fine in this category.
Go to playslotshot.com to grab your slot shot today. Fourth shot for Aderhold.
And this is really important too. The placement on this short shot gives you a decent angle up to the green. There's still a gap you have to hit. It's really interesting having this hole now begin as hole number one. Charlie, what do you think about that change?
Well, I think the hole could use a little work overall, but I like it a lot more as hole one than hole 18.
I agree. And with that 470 carry, with how tight the fairway is, you're not really seeing anybody get aggressive on that, and it feels like they kind of want to bait the players to do that. How short does it have to be to tempt them?
It's a very challenging and touchy starting hole for a major. It's a fifth shot here for Villman.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do on that previous shot, but sent him out of bounds.
Paul McBeth is trying to catch Ken Climo for the most all-time major wins. McBeth is one back. A win this weekend would get him a share of 18 major titles in his career, and he would also get the career Grand Slam if you don't count all of the other majors that he's won before we establish the Champions Cup in 2022.
Think about just getting one. Think about some of these players that have been grinding out here to get one major championship, and Paul's done this over the course of 19 seasons. It's truly remarkable.
Ricky Wysocki could catch Dave Feldberg for third. Gannon Burr and Isaac both sitting with 4. There's TD Nate Heinold having a chat with Macbeth. Macbeth's been out for a few weeks on tour dealing with an illness. Great to see him back out here.
Is that beard glued on Heinold? Is that a glue-on beard? Anyway. Great spot here in the fairway.
Inside the circle for Ezra.
Yeah, you kind of break the hole down into a couple of touch shots, couple of hard mid-ranges down the middle, and you got this little shot to the green. And like we were saying, I feel like with this being hole 1, like you said, better 1 than 18. I think current 18 being a par 4, I wish it was kind of a par 5, but I think it's a really interesting par 4 that they finish on now. Every hole obviously just moved up 1 to accommodate for the flow of things.
Not an easy spot here for Vilman with trees on this right side. Trying to scramble up a double bogey. Finds the gap. Nicely done.
You're going to see a lot of Maury Vilman's sidearm. Gannon actually gave him his flowers the other day on the podcast. And I've been blown away by Maury's entire game for quite some time now. You're going to see that thing a lot this week.
So we head over to the 18th. Ricky Wysocki has a birdie putt, and he will take the outright lead if he makes it. And he puts it in, so Ricky Wysocki finishes up his day at 5 under. 8 birdies on the day, 3 bogeys. And he's got a one-shot lead over Raven Newsom, coming off a great showing at the Queen City Classic.
What I love about this tournament now is we had 2 rounds in this pretty much exact same layout, barely any changes. So the 10 under par that Luke Taylor shot last year actually has reference. We can go off of that as the actual course record in this event. 5 down, still phenomenal, but we know what's possible out here.
Yeah, we saw a handful of 9 unders last year as well. Calvin Heimberg, Ezra Robinson, and Aaron Gossage shooting a 9 at the Pro Tour Championship. Barella putting for bogey.
Not a single par for this card. Wow.
Well, the 3 cards before them only got 1 birdie across the 12 players. And a lot of bogeys or worse. Heimberg in for bogey. Peter Hold in for the bogey. So those 3 limiting the damage. Vilman will take a double after finding OB twice. Hole 1 showing its teeth, and the Champions Cup is underway. Our top feature card featuring world number 1, Gannon Buhr, going for the career Grand Slam, coming up in just a moment. Isaac Robinson, he's the defending champ. Paul Macbeth designed the course. Gannon and Nicholas Antala take the course next.
I'm Ricky Wysocki with the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Ricky Wysocki, a champion again.
Here are my Powerball numbers. Number 1, because I'm out here on the Pro Tour trying to win tournaments. Number 13, number 10, 16, my first world title. 17, because that was my second world title. Number 6, that's my birth month. Powerball supports good causes. In my home state of Arizona, Powerball supports higher education and keeps Arizona families healthy.
Head to your local lottery retailer to get in the game.
Tour Series material. Update initiated. Special blend duo compound identified. Titanium metallic pearl activated. Big Z color architecture deployed. Material synchronized. Special blend. Render complete. Enhanced grip detected. Cosmetic data stream opened. Access granted March 27th. Discraft.com.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMech Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMechGroup.com.
Round 1 action underway here at the PDGA Champions Cup. Ricky Wysocki in the clubhouse, 5 under. Kind of doubt that holds up today, Brian, but it's going to be a good score.
Over the course of a 4-round tournament here, you walk away from a 5 under feeling happy.
A lot of players under par. Here's one of them, Evan Smith. What a week he had in Charlotte at the Queen City Classic. He's 2 down, tied for 4th. He gets it way down there.
Gives himself almost a tee pad to throw from. It's really nice to be on that left side.
Hole 7, a must-get birdie. This was the 5th easiest hole on tour last year. It's a very straightforward birdie and a very tough eagle. Anthony Barella has not finished better than 30th so far this season. Trying to turn it around here at the major.
And this is where having that max speed of like 85 comes in. You can compress all that power and throw something super neutral. That's a perfect shot.
This is the 3 o'clock tee time. And this is our featured caller. And teeing off first, he's won Champions Cup twice, including last year. And he is a 2-time world champion from Lawrenceville, Georgia, Isaac Robinson.
Four majors in the last 3 years for Isaac Robinson. He's won a third of the majors. That's pushing left, and he finds OB.
Next, from Urbandale, Iowa, comes the reigning world champion, Gannon Burr.
Gannon Burr took over #1 in the official Disc Golf World Rankings July 24th, 2024. He has not relinquished it.
Fast fairway. Hard to get this disc to land soft. That is a lot of restraint.
Beach, California. He's the 6-time world champion, Paul Macbeth.
Macbeth is coming off of 3 straight top 10s at the majors. It's the first time that he's done that since 2022 when he won his last major at the World Championships.
Almost looks like there's a wind shoving things off to the left side. Weird.
From Kuopio, Finland, Nicholas Antala.
Must be a swirly wind because the second feature card all went OB right. There's something about how touchy this shot is.
Well, if there is a little crosswind seeping through the woods, if you get it over too much, it's going to shove it down, not let it pan out.
Niklas, 3 podiums in the last 9 majors.
And he's going driver.
Not something we've seen much here at the first. Antala, aggressive. Is it going to flex out? It gets pushed back in off the rough, and he's going to be safe. To the second. Eiderholt.
This is that really disciplined push hyzer from Ezra. Wow, that is great.
It's time now to check in with Terry Miller, who's walking with the PDGA's Hayden Henry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joining me is Hayden Henry, our communications director at the PDGA. And Hayden, a lot of things going on as we're here for the beautiful major, but plenty of things taking place this weekend, right?
Yeah, for sure. First pro major of the year here in Bedford and Lynchburg, Virginia. Excited to be back. Absolutely beautiful day, beautiful course. 4 rounds. It's exciting to see, how this field, both MPO and FPO, are going to, battle this course and maintain. And a truly major-worthy course, for sure.
Well, and speaking of which, we've got some other action taking place for some of our younger competitors. What's going on elsewhere in the country?
Yeah, another really exciting event not too far down in Rock Hill, the College Disc Golf National Championships. All kinds of coverage coming from that, post-production, PDGA.com, social media. So super fun event, colleges from all over the country competing and showing their school spirit and everything. Right now you can apply to be a PDGA Global Board Director. In just over a month we had the Women's Global event. So all kinds of stuff going on. Go play a B tier, go play a C tier, get out, see it.
All right, find more information all on PDGA.com. Thank you, Hayden. Let's get out to the action.
Well, it's just a great weekend to be a golf fan. Champions Cup, College National Championships for disc golf, the Masters down in Augusta, Pro Golf. Near the FPO pad, Evan Smith.
What's crazy is I've seen players get to the pin for an eagle look. You see how far back you still get on your second. That's going to be just fine as well. And Paul tried to show you what he designed the hole for. Mid-range, dead straight. Must have been a sneaky wind pushing everything off to that left side. But now there's a decision to make.
That's going towards that right side, and he finds OB again. Oh my.
I wonder how many times Paul Macbeth has gone double OB to start a major championship.
It's possible the answer is never. Macbeth just puts a little too much turn on this, and That disc is not fighting back at all. And Terry, I just want to check in with you quickly. I mean, is there any wind to speak of? It doesn't really seem like it.
No, I talked this morning about the lack of wind, and it is essentially dead out here. So as much as we'd like to find other reasons for these miscues, the wind is not to blame whatsoever.
So just some nervy mistakes from these players to start out here. It's shots like this. It's the fieldwork shot that these guys practice every single day.
Third shot for Smith at the 7th. A little bit deep of the pin, but inside putting range for Smith. Vaino Makala, who opened up with 3 birdies to start his round, puts it under the basket. A tap-in birdie coming for Makala, and you can see how straightforward the 7th plays.
Yeah, it's one of the more straightforward holes that they're going to see out here. They get to throw the stock hyzer, the stock hyzer again. And there's a few checkpoints on this course where you have to execute the birdie. Hole 8 right after that is another one of those holes. The aggression paid off for Niklas. Now gets to throw kind of a gentle turn.
So he's in great position. Second, Villman throwing his second shot on the par 4. Really nicely done by Villman, just outside the bullseye. Smith for birdie. There's a little wind there at the 7th, and you saw that disc get popped right up into the air.
That's going to be safe, but he's going to have kind of a steep angle on that approach to the green. But I do like the safe play.
Anthony Barella put it right in the middle off the tee shot. Here's his second.
Look how dainty that was, Charlie. Little nose up turn. Great shot.
Tricky comebacker, and Smith is going to 3-putt and take a painful bogey at the 7th. Macbeth's 5th shot. So Macbeth looking at a likely double bogey. What a drive from Aderhold, and he skitters it inside the circle.
That hole's 643 feet.
Makala at the 8th. Out of bounds for Vaino. Go back to the 2nd. Heimberg putting for a birdie, trying to get back to even. Be a great sign for Calvin if he can knock this down. Oh, everything but the drop. A very good effort from Calvin.
I mean, could have been a lot worse if he had airballed that one. Big drop off behind the pin. Now here's where Gannon wants to get aggressive. He's going to have to cross a lot of out of bounds.
Really nicely done. Edge of the circle for Gannon. Burley putting for a birdie.
This is a fun shot to watch. 400 feet downhill. It's got a hyzer flip as it's pushing left. That's pin high. Still going to be a long ways. There's another green in regulation for Niklas. He is killing the field in greens and regulation in the 2 tournaments that he's played so far. But he missed 11 circle 1 putts at the Queen City Classic. He's so close to putting it all together. That's going to be a birdie.
Sixth shot for Macbeth. And he's going to get a kick off that last tree. And he's going to have a tricky circle 2 putt to get the double bogey. Smith at the 8th. 450-foot par 3.
That's going to be fine. It's interesting to see how conservative guys like Gannon got, and he's looking at a birdie. Niklas, opposite play, looking at the same number.
Long birdie look for Smith. Eiderholt coming off the birdie at the second.
I believe this is a putter that he's throwing. That gets a little bit sneaky through that left side.
Circle 1 for Eiderholt. Makala doesn't get it up in the air.
That's one of those mistakes you about to go to sleep at night and all of a sudden you remember you missed the Stockheiser.
Macbeth for double bogey. It's going to be a triple for Paul Macbeth as he tries to win his 18th major this week. Gannon. A rare, complete air ball from the circle's edge.
It's been weird to see these past 2 feature cards play hole 1. I feel like the only non-nervy player we've seen is Niklas.
And Gannon's been by far the best Circle 2 putter on tour this season, 48.9%, and he misses again. My goodness. The major pressure cracking some of the world's best players on the very first hole.
And he played this so well. I couldn't believe he actually got that forehand up to a putt.
This for bogey. So from a birdie look at the edge of the circle, Gannon 3-putts. You just never see him 3-putt. It might be his first of the season, and he's going to walk away with a bogey to open up his major. Robinson. Triple bogey for Macbeth. And Niklas with the birdie opportunity, and he's going to tap it in. So a great start for Niklas, but everybody else dealing with some early adversity. Bogey putt for Makela, and he puts it in. Deep circle 2, maybe circle 3 for Barella for birdie.
Not going to happen. Didn't get that push left off the tee shot.
Tap in for par for Evan Smith. Back over to the third. Ader holds. Cans the birdie. Back-to-back birdies for Ezra.
Hasn't been the greatest year on the putting green for him, but I love the stroke from circle 2.
Ricky Wysocki standing tall at 5 under par, and he's in the clubhouse with Grant Zellner. Let's hear from Ricky right now.
An early start means an early finish for Ricky Wysocki, your leader in the clubhouse at 5 under in round number 1 at the Champions Cup. Rick, quick start with a turkey, a 3 out of 4 birdie finish at the end, up and down in the middle. What was your sense of how you were doing?
Yeah, I got off to a really good start, birdieing 3 in a row out here. That was good, and just ran into some bad tee shots that led to some bogeys early and in the middle stretch, like you said. But I started and finished strong, which is good out here. I kept my composure, which with as tough as these holes are, it can be tough. It can be easy to lose your composure, lose your focus, and then all of a sudden you're bleeding strokes.
Yeah, patience has been a running theme so far today from everybody that I've spoken to. When you hit that skid in the middle of a round on a wooded course like this, what are your swing thoughts, so to speak, that get you back on track?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for me it's just the timing of simplifying and not overthinking things, and maybe just taking in 1 or 2 cues out there to the tournament, where if I get off a little bit I can just go back to the basics and really focus on just hitting a fairway or throwing a good shot to get that ball rolling. Because like I said, you're going to get bad kicks, you're going to run into some bogeys out here, and it's really just about whoever has the best mindset all week is going to play their best and give themselves a chance to win on Sunday.
Speaking of winning on Sunday, yesterday I heard a wide range of predictions for the final score that it'll take to take this championship down. Some said 24-25 might be enough. Others said you definitely need to be over 30. In your case, 5 under par today, what's your sense of the pace you need to be on for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, so I think 5 under, I'll probably end up by the end of the day being 4th, 5th place, something like that. Probably just bottom of lead card if I had to guess. But I think that right around 5, 6 under, if I could shoot that the rest of the way out, I like my chances. I told myself if I can average 5 for the first couple rounds, see where that puts me, and then kind of adjust accordingly. But yeah, I think about, like you said, 24, 25, that definitely, I think that's pretty certain will be the winner.
Well, if it is, you're off to a great start, Ricky Wysocki, your earliest leader this weekend at the Champions Cup.
Thank you.
It's really interesting. At the Tour Championship last year, he shot a 9 over to start the tournament. I talked to him about that round. He said, I wasn't sick. I wasn't dealing with anything. It was a bad round, and it can happen to you out here in New London.
It does not take much to put up some big numbers. We just saw it at the first. Nicholas coming off the birdie, takes the box.
That's a beautiful drive. That fairway starts to bend right at about 400. It's that gentle drifting hyzer. Can't crash too hard. There's a lot of woods on the left side. I don't think that's too bad a pinball off those trees. Just need some sort of slot to advance. Look at this gap. Maybe 7, 8 feet.
Way down there. Maybe too far left.
When you're that far down there, I mean, he's past where Ezra even was. He might even be able to jump putt down there.
And Macbeth.
Yeah.
Trouble again at the second.
That's a timing issue. That's release point completely off. He wanted that a little less steep.
Macbeth talked about in the press conference that he's been taking antibiotics. He's been dealing with an illness. He had to miss the last 2 Pro Tour events. And what do you see here, Brian?
Yeah, when you're running that close, you want it to be a little bit flatter. I see Paige Pierce actually have a similar issue with her release. I've dealt with the same issue. It's like the arm wants to do one thing, but the lower body's trying to tell you to do something else.
To the 4th, Aderhold coming off back-to-back birdies.
That's a fortunate lie on that right side, challenging the OB. You know, didn't hear anything.
Made a lot of progress.
You're not going to birdie from there. So I'm pretty sure he's in a decent spot at least to get up to the pin. On the 797-foot par 4, Anthony's going putter again. Just showing you how important positioning is out here in some of these par 4s. Yeah, that's going to be okay. It's not going to be a birdie look, but still in play.
Makala, 3 shots back of the lead.
One of the more technical drives on the course here on 9. Still staring into a wall of trees. You want that push off to the right, but good positioning.
Second shot for Barella. Late tree, and that looks like it's going to stay out of bounds. Tough break for Barella as he pushes it a little too far to the right side. And that was for sure coming back in bounds, but the branch keeps it OB.
Nicely done. I like his play of taking the overstable mid and kind of hammering it flat. Then at least you're not going to miss right. I mean, he challenged the OB, but snapped back just enough.
Third shot for Macbeth, trying to save the par. Nice kick, and he's going to slide inside the circle. Just one birdie at the 9th today. Joel Freeman. Can Makala make it 2?
The high hyzer forehand thins the profile of the disc, makes it a little bit easier to hit the gap. Nicely done.
There's another tree hit for Robinson. Not sharp early.
A lot of these par 4s in the woods funnel. They pinch really far up the fairway. That rewards the players for getting aggressive. If you're too far back, some of these gaps just don't even feel feasible. That doesn't get the full pan. He was trying to push that more left. Stalled out. This is a good illustration of how thick it is off to this left side.
Terry, what kind of window does Gannon have here?
Well, we see him lining up a forehand similar to what we saw from Antala just a little while ago. And I think he's going to go kind of on that mid-height. You don't want to put it up too high. And it's coming in just at that mid-height, panning toward the pin, but gets caught up. And he's going to be outside of circle 2. He still has 80 feet to the pin. The smart play from there would be to lay up. Let's see if he does that.
Just so close to the basket off the tee there. It's a little bit downhill, so 643 isn't a true 643, but that is a chip forehand around the corner. And yeah, I agree with Terry, especially after what we saw on 1.
Fourth for Barella. Almost puts it in. What a run from AB. But bogey coming.
That wraps up our first hour of coverage here on YouTube, but we're just getting started with coverage this week. The best part, the drama continues on the Disc Golf Network for free. Subscribe for free to finish the rest of round 1 at discgolfnetwork.com. Huge thanks to our friends at Powerball for powering today's broadcast. Head to powerball.com to see estimated jackpots and winning numbers.
Behind where he just threw from.
That just felt really rushed.
A lack of concentration, especially on the second shot from the woods.
A couple things I haven't seen before. Never seen Isaac do anything close to that, especially twice.
Here's the first one. I mean, you can understand he's trying to punch out, but this one, Brian, this can't happen.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I watched Paul go triple bogey on 1, which again I haven't seen. Had a major tournament for him. And then these 2 elementary mistakes from Isaac.
Gannon does just pitch it up. That's Terry approved. So We go over to the fourth. Ezra's got a birdie look to make it 3 in a row. Elevated basket, not a problem. Aderhold, quick bounce back off the bogey at the first with 3 straight birdies, and he's now 2 down, 3 off the lead. Makala comes up short on the birdie opportunity. Niklas, third shot for birdie from deep.
After watching his card do what they've done past couple of holes, I'm sure he's just fine with a safe bid, tap in par. Niklas just closed on his first house in Finland. Congratulations to Niklas. Says he's so excited to go back home, but also loves the majors. He couldn't be more happy to be here.
Macbeth, short on the putt.
Yeah, it was just short-armed. Paul has that stroke where if he's hitting putts, you know it. The moment it comes out of his hand, that was a little nose down.
So bogey putt coming up for Macbeth. Niklas for par. Just trying to walk away unscathed. So Niklas remains at 1 under. And the way that this card has been going, that feels fantastic. A triple bogey for Isaac Robinson. Gannon gets the par. And Macbeth in for bogey. Well, just an absolute roller coaster start, and the roller coaster seems to be going straight downhill right now. Champions Cup continues.
For the past 15 years, we've learned through experience. Through organizing the biggest events in the world, hosting thousands of competitors, running a premier disc golf pro shop. Every decision is shaped by that experience. The events we run, the products we design, the moments we create. Because it's not just the work that got us here. It's the experience.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back. Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Well, today, Disc Golf Network is bringing you complete round 1 coverage of the first major of the year on YouTube. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Disc Golf Network is your front row seat to live coverage. Download the DGN app, head over to discgolfnetwork.com to subscribe today, and save even more when you subscribe yearly. Sign up for DGN Pro to get all of the standard coverage plus the European Open, USDGC, and more. Well, Brian, it's been a tumultuous start to this opening round. Is this just the pressure of a major, or is this the course showing its teeth?
It has to be both, right? This course is really nervy. There's a lot of technical shots. There's a lot of OB in certain spots where if you miss, you're going to get punished. And I do think starting out with hole 1 is playing a real psychological role in some of these players. Niklas didn't execute this hyzer flip here on 3. Gannon challenges the tree line, tries to throw a flex. It's not exactly the shape. A lot of players feeling like a lot of times they're not able to order off the menu, so to speak, on this course. You kind of have to take what the chef gives you. And that was almost exactly what you were supposed to do there, but just couldn't quite get the gap. Just slow hyzer flip, barely gets to flat. Checks back up at the end. No one quite getting it here on 3.
%17% of players birdieing 3 so far. So not an easy birdie, but very doable. We go to the 5th. It's playing as the 6th hardest hole on the course.
And that's not bad. It's about 390 to get out the gap on 5. We'll talk a little bit more about that hole after this. Gotta throw this pan forehand. Not too shabby, 20-25 feet left.
Makala at the 10th.
This is an eagleable hole. It's 1,200 feet, but you can, with the downhill, put one out there to enter the woods. We've seen it done before. That's going to be an annoying lie for Vino. Birdie's still in play.
Second for Gannon. It's a big shot here for Eiderhold.
Yeah, he's just flicking a putter on this one. You have maybe 290 into the green from something like that.
Inside the bullseye for Macbeth. Another tap in par.
It must be wrong on PDGA live stream. Who's doing that?
Long look here for Isaac.
Gave it a pretty good run. Just need a little more juice.
Yeah.
He mentioned he's kind of lost the feeling of the putt recently. And as a spin putter, that's kind of a scary thing to lose. If you're past that pole, you are looking at the gap. Left side adds a little bit more distance, but that's still a great drive. And this is not a guarantee.
Nicholas really struggled with his circle 1 putting 2 weeks ago. Right in the center.
And what's interesting is first tournament of the year at SFO, he was 31 for 31 inside circle 1.
That's right.
So we'll see which Nicklaus we get this week in the putting green.
Gannon in for par.
It's interesting to hear Rick say that he's totally fine with a 5 under par. We saw guys go 9, 10. Playing 4 rounds here, how many guys can do that more than once?
Isaac in for par. Well, the best score over 2 rounds last year at the Pro Tour Championship here at New London Tech was 15 under. So averaging 7.5 under. Aaron Gossage and Ezra Robinson did that. Taking a look at the top 10, Simon Lizotte, 3 down through 13. Connor O'Reilly, National Tour winner back at the Delaware Disc Golf Challenge, 3 down through 9. Great round going.
Keeping my eye on Joel Freeman. When I think of a course like New London, I think of a scrappy player like Joel, and he's been playing some fantastic golf lately as well.
Ezra Robinson, by the way, sitting at 2 over, about to finish up his round. Aaron Gossage in the clubhouse 4 over today. That does get across safe. Villman's second. And that is perfect. Take another look at this from Villman. This is your 1-shot replay.
Yeah, the tee shot, once it's out the gap, it's a chip wherever you are in the fairway. And Mowry just throws forehand, gets himself the birdie.
Fans can use code DGPT for 25% off their order at oneshotenergy.com and explore a wide range of energy chews, focus chews, and voice drops.
Vina looking up to the heavens on his third here.
Go deep. Kick right. Nope. Ah, fuck.
And that just fades out way left. Calvin Heimberg out of bounds. So he's going to take the penalty stroke, but he'll pop it up onto the green. A lot of the big names in this Champions Cup field struggling here early in round 1. At least for the moment, Brian, it feels like Ricky is the exception.
Ricky, guy like Nicklaus right now, playing steady. Currently 1 down, just popped that one in the middle of the fairway. There's a lot of temptation on this tee shot. Nicklaus going slower, Gannon going to the 10 speed.
Go deep.
And that was beautiful. That's an Anthony Barella type line. Pop the nose up.
Turbos.
Throw it about 10 miles an hour slower than he normally does. There's no OB on that left side. It's just going to be an annoying scramble.
Well, Terry, I just want to get your take on what we've seen so far and what you've heard from players about what kind of the hot scores might be this week.
Well, like you guys, I have definitely been surprised at the poor shooting that we've seen opening up thus far. Before the tournament, at the practice green, I heard Gannon and Macbeth talking about hot scores, and Gannon kind of peeled back a little bit. Macbeth said 26 to 28 might take this down this weekend, and Gannon was thinking that was even a little aggressive. He thought 5 to 6 on average per round would be enough to take it down. Right now, they've buried themselves both in a pretty deep hole, so those numbers are looking even better if they could get there by the end of the weekend.
Both Burr and Macbeth taking double bogeys or worse in the first couple of holes. Aderhold's third at the 5th. And he'll be putting for the par. Evan Smith. Second shot here for Evan.
Miss that. Miss it. Yay.
Oh, he did miss. That's going to get way up the fairway. When you pass that power pole off the tee, I don't care where you are in the fairway, you can access the gap pretty safely.
Aderhold for par. So, good shooting from Ezra. Tied for 5th. Isaac right back into scramble mode. Just punching out. Great birdie there for Mauri Vilman, and he's back under par. So he opens up with the double bogey after 2 OB strokes at the first and is now 3 down through his last 4 holes. Makala.
So Nicklaus has just a power hyzer. There's that OB all down the right. Got to cut it tight.
Circle 1.
Love how he went flippier on that shot. Realized that he didn't quite like his footing next to that manhole cover. And he looks very in control right now in the early part of the round.
Good shot.
Third shot here for Robinson as he looks to scramble up a par.
Yeah, that's going to be fine. He's just got to get off this roller coaster of always being in an uncomfortable spot, always having to save something. That stress builds up very quickly. You start to feel like you have to save strokes rather than just continuing on with your game plan.
So McGeth also forced to just chip out.
It's a similar feeling to 1. Fairway's right there. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. But with the jail and the OB, it makes it so much tougher.
To the 6th, Billman.
It's under 600 feet. There's an opportunity to scramble. You just have to hit that first gap out there in the fairway. That's also going to be just fine.
Third shot for Smith after 2 excellent shots to here.
Pretty straightforward tap-in birdie. Gannon has crushed this tee shot.
Yeah. And that takes a friendly roll right into the bullseye. Fantastic work from Burr. And he'll be looking at his first birdie of the round.
When I think of a hole like this, I wonder how many of the guys have just thought, maybe I should just take a driver and just beat it down there as far as I can. Take my out of bounds stroke, get up and down because I'm so close.
Makala's fourth. Oh, and it clips the top. A little bit of metal for Makala. And he'll hope that it didn't send it too far past the basket. Simon Lizotte. All smiles, playing well. Currently sitting tied for fifth at 2 under.
It's going to be a pretty stock par.
Kyle Klein. Sitting at 4 over. Smith for the birdie. Yep. Well done at the 10th.
This is a birdie putt, just off the fairway.
Misses everything, and there's no beeline over there. Looks like he's on the good side. Still going to be a tricky putt coming back at the elevated basket.
You see a little bit of
on the
wind
line.
hitting these banners. But man, from that close.
Nicholas to save the par. It's been tough sledding out here for our featured card.
You know, I've played a lot of majors. I've cashed at some majors. Never come close to winning one, but I never thought guys like this would feel the relatable emotions that I felt playing those tournaments. You start to feel like, oh my gosh, I'm getting behind. There's a point where you're like, do I have a shot to win anymore?
Isaac pushes it to the right side.
And if you don't find a rhythm quick, it starts to feel like that pretty fast. Wow.
It's a 3-putt for Niklas. He's going to take a bogey. So Gannon gets the birdie, his first of the round. That gets him back to 1 over par. Go back to the 10th. Makala for bogey. So he's going to drop to 1 under. He's tied for 13th. Ezra Aderhold's got one of the best rounds going right now. Comes up short.
That's a beautiful sidearm from, Mauri Vilman. That was phenomenal. Yeah. Tight gaps. This gets tucked back farther than you think.
Catches the outside of that late tree. It's looking like it was going to be a great shot. So some scramble work for Lazat. Here's Smith. Throwing lines like that is how he did so well at the Queen City Classic.
Yeah, it was phenomenal to watch him out there. All those 400-plus foot corridors at that course. Yeah, so this is a really interesting hole number 5. This is actually the Tectis featured hole, and I say this because we had people measuring throwing metrics out there on the course from some of these players. So a lot of these guys are throwing around 60 miles an hour. They're backing off this tee shot, trying to hit the gap. And I'll draw it on the flyover here. Right there, that area, it's 390 to 420, 430. Once you get to that area, it's a pretty simple chip up to the green. It's downhill. It's a little bit crowded up top, but hitting this gap is challenging. What's cool about this, you see a very interesting array of speeds and also spins. You see some forehands getting out the gap. We saw Mauri do that and grab the birdie. You're also going to see guys throw putter, mid, fairway backhands as well. And that's some of the interesting stuff that we found out here on this hole.
Coming in as the 6th hardest hole on the course. Just a lot of OB. Can make some big numbers happen, but still 22% of players taking birdie. That flyover presented by Zenni. Eyewear for everyone.
And already we're seeing some parity. Gannon going with that PD again on the backhand side. And that is 400 plus feet out to the fairway. He's going to have a chip backhand hyzer from there. Near perfect shot.
Terry, tell us about this tee shot at the 5th.
I was out here yesterday walking with Cole and Paul Kranz, and they were just breaking it down. I said, I did not give this enough respect when I was in the booth last year for the Tour Championship. And they talked about kind of their strategy and the shot required, as you were just breaking down, Brian. And one thing that I had heard from Paul, he said, if you get to this tree out in this short gap, you have definitely thrown a special shot. And just like we saw a moment ago, Gannon Buhr getting it all the way out here, just a few feet away from the tree. And that's exactly what's required if you're trying to get up and down for an easy birdie out here. Technicality is just incredible for how long and straight this shot has to go. As we see another one come out and into the open, it's going to be a little more of an angle into the green, but it will still be out and in the open. So he's made it through the initial gauntlet. I think Antala will be happy with it. Isaac struggled to hit some of these early gaps so far. And down near that tree, so I'm hoping it comes into my sight here, meaning that he's peered the gap. And I see it tracking that way. It's made it 3/4, and it gets out clean, and by far the best shot of the 3 that we've seen. That is a 10 out of 10 when it comes to tee shots on this hole. Every player in the division would be more than ecstatic to have that lie.
It's 555 to that front OB, and Isaac is just staring right at it. That is a smash down that gap on 5.
To the 6th, Ezra, 3rd shot. Just chipping up. It's going to take his par. Here's Braden Sides at the 11th.
Oh, that is beautiful. And can you tell that this is a kid that grew up playing W.R. Jackson as his home course? Gorgeous shot through the woods here.
Well, there are some W.R. Jackson vibes out here with these wider wooded fairways. This is your Barbasol close shave replay as he bases the basket off the koozie.
These are wide fairways nowadays, Charlie. Oh, boy.
Did you see Park de Famille? Barbasol, a can of can-do. So Macbeth in trouble again and hits the late tree, but that's going to kick out into an open approach shot. He should be able to get up and down for par from there. Villman for birdie at the 6th. Evan Smith circles edge, going for back-to-back birdies. And he has just made it look so smooth on the putting green. Anthony Barella putting for birdie. He's back to even par.
Bird.
Third for Macbeth. A little softed, but let's do one.
That's all blood under there. This sunk right in there.
Mowdy.
Is that going to snap back in time? And that is
flag.
Yeah, big mistake. So much green space off to the left.
Second shot for Simon at the 15th. And that's a good shot. He's inside the circle. He's going to have a birdie putt. Nicely done by Antila.
So there's a little challenge. He has a high floor on this shot. If he wants to go higher, there's a ceiling.
It is worth noting, Brian, many of the toughest holes in the course are in this opening stretch. We're going to start to get to some easier holes to score on, starting at the 6th.
Nope.
Gannon inside the bullseye. So he's looking at back-to-back birdies. There's a tap-in birdie for Simon Lizotte. And so he's going to go back to 3 under par. And Braden Sides gets the drop in at the 11th for his birdie. So Sides back to even. He's in 20th. Isaac. Oh, he finds the OB after just such a gorgeous tee shot.
And that's what happens when you throw with as much nose down as Isaac does. If you just get the height a little bit off, you're not going to get that stall, and you're just going to cook past your target.
I didn't even know that.
Well, it's almost like his tee shot was too good, and he didn't practice from that close.
It was a pristine lie. But that's a 9 times out of 10 shot for Isaac that he missed.
Haderholt.
Well, that one has too much flip as well.
Red flag goes up. Frustrated Isaac Robinson.
See how short the grass is here, how much dirt there is. These greens are fast. That's a big boy sidearm from Maury.
Nicholas for the birdie. So he's back to 1 under par.
Man, this is going to be a day where a lot of guys finish their rounds pretty unsatisfied, and then they look at the scores and potentially breathe a sigh of relief.
And that doesn't stay in. I mean, it's just, at some extent, it's been bad luck. Stunning. And that's going to be a double for Isaac. He still doesn't have a birdie.
He's got to start walking nice and slow, methodical. He's got to take some deeper breaths. Everything just feels a little bit lacking of intention.
Let's take a look at this. Did he miss this, Brian, or is this just a bad spit out?
If you are a pure spin putter with no wobble, and he has probably some of the higher RPMs on a putt, weak side's not good.
That's a lot of chains for a spit out.
And I know I'm being picky here, but it's just, you know, there's percentages, and I don't think the coin toss was 50-50.
Ouch. So Isaac drops to 6 over par. Took a triple bogey at the second, a bogey at the fourth, and now a double bogey at the fifth, after being in perfect position for the birdie off the tee shot. 5 under, looking better and better. A lot of guys, though, out on the course sitting at 3 down. Connor O'Reilly still at 3 under through 10. Austin Turner in the clubhouse at 3 down. Fascinating day so far here in Virginia.
And nobody has passed Ricky yet at 5 down. Still the mark.
Third shot for Aderholz after going out of bounds.
Should be good from there. This hole number 16, Gannon was telling me that roller is a very popular play here. It's just out of reach for a lot of guys' sidearms, and backhand is overly technical.
14% of players taking birdie.
That's a cool play from Gannon, just dragging that forehand off to the left. Gets the check up. Oh!
Nearly dropping it in. We'll have that left for par. Niklas tied for 11th. Smith coming off back-to-back birdies. 2 shots off the lead.
I love how he just moved himself to the left side of that tee pad and opens up that staggered gap ever so slightly. On that left side, there are some opportunities to scramble, but he's going to have some tight gaps. Just 574, but that second shot goes way uphill and then pushes back to a flat spot. Oh, that's flawless.
I got some.
This is a birdie that Isaac needs to take. This is a momentum starter for Isaac here.
Heimberg inside the bullseye. Tap in birdie coming for Calvin. It's going to be Heimberg's first birdie of the round. So there's a look at how things stand. And Brian, it's so interesting. You know, we saw some 9-unders last year, a 10-under, and the conditions are pretty good. I mean, it's a little bit breezy out there, but it's not windy.
Well, it's not like we're seeing players throw that near perfect shot and then get the nasty kickoff into nothing and then not have a line. We're seeing those elementary mistakes from players that are burnt out on the final stretch of the season. And we were just talking off camera. They've had a week off between every single event that they've played this year.
It's almost too much time to think about it. Macbeth's second, trying to find something. And just going to get it up onto the dance floor up there somewhere. Here's the 4th shot for Mowdy. Makes easy work of that. He'll have a drop-in par.
So Paul is in the circle. Nicolas still can back off quite a bit on the speed.
Inside the circle as well. So Simon in a bit of trouble at the 16th, going up and over. Barella's 3rd shot. So you can see he got way down there.
It's one way to take a birdie, that's for sure.
Certainly has the power to get that eagle look. Gannon right in the middle for his second at the 6th. Starting to get a little bit of momentum. Back-to-back birdies for Gannon. And in a great spot. And he's parked.
He's advancing the fairway on some of these par 4s really, really well.
You can?
And that's the reward that you're supposed to get. You can hit a fairway, but then you're faced with gaps that feel really tough. And I like a wooded course where conservative play still gives you a shot, but the reward is big if you go big. Isaac looking on the left side. What a gap.
Great find by Isaac.
I bet if Isaac went all sidearm at one point in his career, I bet he could maintain a nice 990 rating. I bet he'd be just fine. I might even be selling him short.
I was going to say, I think he might have 1,000 rated forehand.
I'm thinking about the distance and like the shaping and stuff
fair.
like that, but it seems to always get it done.
He certainly turned his forehand into a useful tool for his game.
100%.
That's a beauty.
That's a useful tool. Stock 450.
Second shot for Smith.
That is fine. If you've ever played this hole, you know how fine that is.
Circle 2 birdie putt coming up for Evan. Heimberg just got his first birdie of the round at the 7th. It's going to be back-to-back birdies for Calvin.
This is the stretch. It's non-negotiable. You have to get at least 2 of the 3, 6, 7, and 8. Or else you don't feel too good going into that next stretch.
Niklas in for the birdie. He moves to 2 under. Macbeth gets his first birdie of the round.
That is a confident stroke from Paul. There's a cadence to it. There's a trajectory to it.
Isaac also in for his first birdie of the round. Yeah, it's interesting, Brian. Robinson also had a slow start in round 1 at the Queen City Classic before playing quite well in rounds 2 and 3 and moving up the leaderboard. It's off to kind of a similar start here at the Champions Cup as Gannon Burr gets another birdie. That's 3 straight for Gannon, and he is under par after taking the double bogey at the first.
Well, if you don't want to hit the power lines, you just go over the top. Just go over them. That is a big shot from Ezra. Shout out to Noah Mindsma from Minnesota. Kid's been out here a long time and has been really taking the fitness, the mobility, the strength very seriously as he kind of dips his toes back in. Love to see Noah out here.
Simon. He's going to have to settle for a bogey. And Mowry is in for the birdie. So he's 2 down.
I love this spin putt right from the hip. Such a simple stroke. So as Gannon lines up here, we also had the radar gun. We had the tech discs out here on this hole watching players throw their tee shots, averaging about 70. And we got some of the bigger throwers throwing. They're minding this OB on the right.
I hit it every time. Okay, thank you.
That's beautiful.
Hit it like 3 times this week.
Can throw the exact same shot in the second. It is prime real estate challenging that OB on the right if the player wants to go big on the second.
No way. You don't go that far. Bro.
You hear Gannon razzing Isaac as they both thought they were going to hit the post.
Well, it's also a psychological play to wear his shirt and match him opening the tournament.
Remember when Kyle Klein wore Eagles shirt?
I do remember that.
Is that D-Glow? That was a while ago.
And that just had a bit too much hyzer. And it kind of shows you, even though this fairway seems really wide, you still have to get some shape to the shot to keep it in the middle.
It's all right.
That needs to spike.
Does get into that left side rough. It's not out of bounds, but it's going to make the next shot tougher. Smith trying to get his 3rd straight birdie here at the 12th.
Gorgeous, gorgeous putt. Perfect speed.
From outside 50 feet, Evan Smith does it again. And if you were watching the Queen City Classic, you saw a lot of this.
Man, this guy's a joy to watch. He is on cloud 9 at this point in his career. I interviewed him after a great round that put him into the final round lead card. He could not stop smiling. I asked him about his baby coming and his wife, and he is living the dream right now and then some.
Evan Smith now 1 shot off the lead with 6 holes to play here in round 1. Aderhold gets the birdie at the 8th. He's now 2 shots back of Ricky. Calvin taps in the birdie. So back-to-back birdies for Heimberg. Varela gets the birdie as well. So 3-pack for Anthony, and he's 2 under. So the scoring heavy part of the course coming into play. Simon, no. That was a great birdie opportunity at the 17th and comes up short. Simon sitting at 2 down in that tie for 8th. Adam Hammis up to 3 under through 11. Maybe I spoke too soon. We might see a 7 or 8 under par today.
And I feel like it's okay to see that one time from a random player, but how many times can they do it over the course of 4 rounds? I think there's a lot of holes where you can get lucky and avoid a lot of the trouble.
Evan Smith, 1 off the lead. At an easy 13th. And you hear these noises in the background.
Could just be some fans. Could just be some fans getting all excited for some disc golf.
And that's going to go well off into the woods, and not great footing there for Niklas.
1,200 is a really interesting distance for a par 5.
He's trolling.
Was that a...
Macbeth asked if he could move the extremely large branch right behind his lie.
Okay, because it sounds like a lot of fans and players don't know this rule, we need to break down the new rule in 2026. If it's considered debris, Charlie,
loose debris,
as long as it is farther away from the target than the front of your lie, it doesn't matter where it is.
And you need to be able to move it by yourself, and it can't be a part of the course.
And it starts your timer when you start to move debris.
Yes.
I don't care if you walk 50 feet left and move a stick, that's fine.
Paul just getting in a little snipe at his longtime rival.
I just want to make sure everybody knows after the fiasco where we found out that a lot of players didn't know the new rule and a lot of fans as well.
Now, Terry, tell us about Isaac's second shot here.
Isaac's off on the left side. He has more of a run-up than I really thought he was going to have, and he's found the center of the fairway. Unlike a few of the previous shots that have come in, he's exactly where he wants to be. Should be an easy up and down from there. Great shot by Isaac.
Noah Meinsma for par on 18. The kid from Minnesota.
Finishes up at 3 under par here in round 1. He's 2 off the lead. It's a nice day for Noah Meinsma.
And boy, is he a fun player to watch. I am looking forward to seeing more of him throughout the week.
7 birdies, 2 double bogeys en route to 3 under par.
Really technical shot shaper of the disc. Can control the nose angle better than almost anybody. Can throw super nose down, super nose up. Got a great spin putt. Nice round for Noah. That's fine.
Simon, teeing off at the 18th. 761-foot par 4. Just going to lay down a roller.
Whoa, it got a jump.
Might be a good jump. Yeah.
The reaction.
We'll hate it. Maybe it was a bad jump.
Dang it.
It's kind of the weird thing about hole 18. You really don't know unless a spotter tells you.
Vinyl Makala got out to a great start. Birdied the first 3 holes, but he's bogeyed the last 3 holes.
How did he not get it? I don't know.
Coming in a little hot.
I think this one's going to get rung up this weekend.
Yeah,
at least once.
You can see the angle is primed for it.
A little bit too much turn for Paul.
So a few guys in the clubhouse with their scores. You know, if those 2 unders hold through the front 9, Niklas, AB, Vilman, they'll have to feel pretty good about things.
Most definitely. Front 9, really challenging stretch of the course. Not to say the back 9 isn't challenging, but I just feel like not a lot of guys putting their best foot forward right now. This is a chance to at least solidify yourself to kick off the tournament.
About Aaron Gossage, 10 over par in the front 9. But then rattled off 6 straight birdies, ended up finishing his day at 4 over par.
That's one way to dodge a bullet, that's for sure.
Niklas, 3rd shot. Might have a chance to get to the green here. Oh yeah. That slides inside C1. He's putting for birdie.
People got to stop scrambling from that left side. They might slap an OB line on that left side next year. .1200, just kind of an interesting distance for a par 5. Eagle barely in play, but a 4, pretty straightforward.
Isaac will putt for birdie.
Make it through it, like over the PDGA, and still win. 35, 40 feet left.
Yep.
You gotta make it this time. Yeah.
Always nice to have Dad in the bag, and every time I talk to him, he's so proud of these two, and you can tell that he never forced them into disc golf. You can tell he kind of sat back, let him and Ezra just fall in love with the game. And man, I don't know how much happier one could be as a father.
Both winners on tour. Obviously Isaac with the 4 majors, including 2 world championships. Gannon just a little chip up. Putting for his 4th straight birdie.
Flippy nuke in the hand here, going forehand on 9.
3 birdies in a row for Barella.
Oh, that's big. That is a really tough technical line. The camera does not do it justice what he just did.
Evan Smith for another birdie and a share of the lead. Yes, 4 in a row for Evan Smith. And he has matched Wysocki at 5 under par. Antila for birdie, circle's edge. Gets it. Nice make from the edge of the circle. That's 3 in a row for Niklas, and he is now at 3 under, tied for 4th. Back-to-back birdies for Macbeth.
And this is the stretch to do it consistently. Paul can get himself to even, or at least 1 over going into the back 9. He could save a pretty solid round.
Isaac in for the birdie. It's also 2 in a row for Robinson. Gannon to make it 4 straight. And he's tied for 10th.
Maury forehand on the really challenging 9th. It's a staggered gap, it's uphill. If you throw the flick, it has to be the perfect shape, and he did that.
Simon's roller ended up out of bounds. So this is his 3rd shot. Trying to drop something in on the green.
Yeah, it's going to be just outside that gap. Outside looking into the woods. Now here is a corkscrew of a backhand. He's trying to throw that thing with like 10 degrees of hyzer, ride it up to flat, drift it back to the right at like 375. It's not a bad shot.
Simon just trying to save the bogey here. He puts that on the green. I mean, besides the 3-putt at the first, Gannon Buhr has not made a lot of mistakes. Going for his 5th straight birdie. Hits something, and he's going to have a long putt.
Niklas, with the way he throws, got to throw this a little firm.
The 8th is playing as the 4th easiest hole on the course. A little bit short, but he's got a putt.
Yeah, well, they go from this one one of the most stock shots here into the 9th, which is playing so challenging. So get your birdie while you can.
Yeah, just 2 birdies today at the 9th.
Look at that thing flip slowly. Sit down. That's brutal.
And Terry, is that out of bounds? You're looking right at it.
Yeah, unfortunately it stayed out of bounds. It's up against the wall. There's about 1 meter to the wall, and he is out of bounds.
Tough break for Macbeth.
That is a high stall 450 for Isaac.
Well, things are starting to heat up here at the Champions Cup. More birdies on the way. Back in 60 seconds.
The biggest event in disc golf is back in the States. The 2026 PDGA Pro World Championships. 1 week, the best players in the world. Massive crowds, iconic courses, moments that define the sport. From the first throw to the final putt on 18, this is where history will happen. Be there. Be a part of it. Plan your trip now at Detroit26.com.
Well, the 2026 Brixton DGPT trading card slabs are here. Each pack includes 1 autograph card featuring a touring pro. So scan the QR code or head over to shop.dgpt.com to get your pack today. Brian, you got any trading cards? Are you
I'm
card
sitting
guy?
on some. I'm sitting on stacks of cards.
Have they made a trading card with your face on it?
I have multiple, yeah.
Wow, nice.
There's one where it accidentally said that I had 163 career wins, Charlie, and I'm keeping that one
That
close.
one is going to be worth a lot someday.
Iconic. Shout out to Gatekeeper Media. They made the chase cards one year, and that's the amount of events I had played at the time. But that's a memento for me.
Pure dominance from Brian. 163 for 163. Antila for the birdie. Just outside the circle.
That was, I don't know if you call it a scared putt. Just used to seeing him throw a lot flatter on those safe bids. Such a pretty line before kicking off that tree. I was telling Terry off camera, felt like I watched a butterfly get eaten by a bird as I was admiring it.
Well, hopefully it was the butterfly that screwed up Evan Smith at the Queen City Classic. Speaking of, Smith tied for the lead, teeing off at 14.
Oh, gosh.
We talked about the butterfly too much, Brian.
Well, sometimes when you watch guys like that, you never see a mistake like that. It kind of shocks you a little bit.
Pulls it hard right. Scramble mode for Smith. Here's Gannon for his 5th straight birdie. Yahtzee for Gannon Burr. He's tied for 4th.
And this stretch gives him some padding going into the back 9. There are some birdieable holes, but there are some skill checks as well. I'm looking at 12, I'm looking at 14.
Isaac in for the birdie. So starting to get a little bit of momentum after the brutal start. Macbeth putting for bogey. Very frustrating for Paul, no doubt. Nicholas for par.
And here we go to the 9th.
First, we check in with Eisenhood. Second shot. Looking at a rare birdie opportunity.
I can't even articulate that shot. The gap is so tight. The angle is so specific.
Barella up onto the green as well. Fantastic drives and second shots on what was the absolute hardest hole in the course last year at the Pro Tour Championships.
Well, these gaps that they're having to hit are sitting at like 650. If you don't advance the fairway, you're looking at a tiny, tiny gap.
Second shot for Evan Smith after hitting the early tree. Chops a forehand. Still going to be on the left side, but makes some progress. Philman. Barella for birdie. Oh, just off the chains. Would have been the third birdie of the day. Ezra. A little bit low, so birdie opportunity squandered at the 9th. And let's take a look at our Flight Factory flyover.
Well, you got this tree here. That creates a stagger. There's a little bit of an uphill here, and then this tree creates the gap. So the forehand doesn't have any room to swing wide. You have to push a very specific hyzer here. The backhand, because it's uphill, staggered, has to be that crazy corkscrew turnover. Here's the thing. The tree line, where we start to bend in the fairway, is at like 400 feet. So to even get to a place where you can look around the corner, you have to clear 400, hit this crazy gap, and then look at this. This is what you're left with. So if you can throw that forehand that gets the flare to get up into this, you avoid a lot of these really challenging gaps, and you just have to worry about this one right here, getting up to the pin. Easy enough, right?
Oh, it's straightforward stuff. Hayden Carroll and Joel Freeman, the only two players to get the birdie so far. We just saw Barella and Eisenhood miss from that kind of range that you often see if you get up here, which is kind of circle's edge, circle 2 from the woods.
In wooded course design, I love when there's a backhand and a forehand that are both equally technical. And looking at Gannon, he went with the backhand. He's normally that hyzer flip forehand guy, but he was mentioning to me before this tournament how hard this shot is for him, how torn he is from a decision-making standpoint.
Well, Flight Factory is excited to announce free shipping all weekend long for the 2026 Champions Cup with code MAJOR26. Shop your favorite player brand or find some special edition discs and save on shipping this weekend at flightfactorydiscs.com.
Almost nailed it. It's too high. Still hits the elbow. Birdie going to be tough. Eagle McMahon says that this shape of backhand is one of his favorite shots to throw with the disc, period.
A little bit of ground play there for Macbeth. Well, Macbeth sitting at 3 over. He's chasing Ken Climo's all-time major record. He's got a lot of work to do.
It's more than a shave. It's the first thing people notice about you. Level up with Barbasol for a clean, smooth finish every time. It's America's #1 brand of shaving cream for a reason. No need to pay more for other brands. Barbasol delivers a thick and rich instant lather that simply gets the job done. Shave with confidence, knowing you're using Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Because it's more than a shave. It's Barbasol.
If you had just one throw to win, would you leave it to chance? At OTB, we make sure you never have to. So why step up with the game on the line without knowing if the disc in your hand is the right one? Because when it matters most, guessing is in the know. Get the exact disc you need today at OTB.
I throw the hatchet. I throw the anvil. I roll the Audi.
I throw the seer.
I throw the gatekeeper. I throw a warship. I throw the prince.
I throw the stack.
I throw the bear. I throw the warhorse. I throw the tide. I throw the maiden.
I put with a heart.
I throw the shield. We throw west side. We throw west side.
We throw west side. We throw west side.
We throw west side. What do you throw?
Without Cliff Stevens, there is no 12-time world champion, Ken Climo. This is where I learned how to compete, where I learned how to win. It all started right here. I'm proud to announce the newest addition to the Climo disc golf lineup, the Cliff. From putts, to upshots, to off the tee, it's dependable when it matters. The Cliff, where it all began.
A decade in the making. 10 years of flight, fight, and first. We watched new names rise, and legends remind us of why they still wear the crown. Hearts racing, sweat dripping, time stopping, crowds roar. Every powerful moment unites us all. In this game, it's bigger than the stage. It's the rebels, the dreamers, the believers. It was the fans who helped shape this. Your silence before the roar. Because we don't just play disc golf, we live it. 10 years in the making. And now, the past is history. Our history. And together, we're ready to make some more. So what do we do with the next 10 years? We make history. Again.
Gannon Buhr lining up his second shot at the 9th.
Still in the fairway.
We go to the 14th. Evan Smith putting for par. Puts it in on the elevated basket. Maintains a share of the lead. So, Terry, what's the search for right now?
Well, we saw the shot that came into the right, and I guess I didn't even think about going over to spot it for them. I've now moved up the fairway myself, but I'm going to go get a little bit closer to see exactly what they're looking for. I said it earlier that the actual fairways look like they've been leaf blown or somehow manicured, and there's no leaves. But as soon as you get off the fairway, there is definitely some ground cover here, and that seems to be what's hiding the disc over here. I'm going to go see if we can help out on the search party.
So they continue to search, but of course the clock is on. And I think anybody who plays in wooded types of courses in the fall and potentially in the early spring like this, you know the feeling. You know where it is and you can't find it.
Well, there's a time of year when I don't play Nevin. I live just down the road from that course. You're bound to lose 2 or 3 and maybe even step on a copperhead on the way. So Nicklaus just went a little bit long in the landing zone. And that's what kind of the miss in the backhand side is. It's hard to get it to actually ride over to the right. So you'll push straight into the tree line. He's got to watch his follow through on these trees.
Oh.
He's not home safe on that side. Bit off a little distance, but still gonna have a ways to go. Paul has something, and yeah, if he was just a few feet to the left, he would have a laser to the pin. I think he said heat. This is a flippy 9-speed.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me with that. That is such a good shot. I know he's not inside the circle, but sweet shot.
I think so, like a little bit more domey.
Yeah, I think I have one of those too.
That one was actually a target to hit that last tree.
Saw him kind of snap it like he was throwing a catch disc, pop the nose up a little bit.
White. So I believe they're looking for Isaac's disc, and they pause the search to let the other guys throw, and they will resume it now. We go to the 10th for Barella.
Oh, that got crushed. Anthony, one of the guys that can push past this power pole and get a look at Eagle.
Gator hold another. You can hear the hum of the power lines.
I always see a little Seppo Payu in Maori's backhand swing, and it makes me sad and happy at the same time. One of my all-time favorite backhands to watch, Seppo Payu, even still to this day.
The Eagle at
Iron Hill.
Iron Hill. I couldn't remember the second part of the name. Special stuff from Seppo Payu. Still remember that one.
And Smith up here on 15. This can be eagled. 558.
We go back over to the 9th. They found Isaac's disc in the leaves, so he will not have to take a penalty. And he will line up his second.
After all that. Man, a slow-mo feels like insult to injury here. You're already having an exhausting day. You've made some really, like, once-in-a-blue-moon mistakes. Lost disc. Be a touchy bender around the corner that pans flat. Oh, he goes inside.
For real. That's so bad.
Not sure he was aiming for that one.
Single bad shot thrown.
Entering the woods now. If he wants to get aggressive, he can go backhand, but Maori just looking to get that birdie. That is not a straightforward up and down for birdie.
I think gets it out clean this time. And it's a beauty.
AB, flippy buzz, up the fairway. That's a straightforward up and down. That's a really well done shot.
Nicholas lining up his third. Terry, what did Antila tell you about the ninth for the tournament?
Nicholas, along with a number of other players, specifically called out hole 9 and said, you know what, if I can just walk away with that hole with a par, that they'd be perfectly content with that. And right now, he is just one approach shot away from possibly doing just that. As you can see, looking to pick up strokes on the rest of the card. And that is up and just short of the bullseye. He's left with maybe 20 feet, slightly uphill. Again, a par is a success for Antila and truly for the rest of the field here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, 54% of players taking the par, just the 2 birdies on the day. To the 15th, Evan Smith second.
That's a touchy green to throw such a steep hyzer on.
Circle 2 putt for birdie coming up for Smith. Little tap off the koozie for Gannon. He's going to have a drop-in bogey. He's going to cool off his hot streak of 5 straight birdies. Beth giving it a chance.
They have another eagleable par 5 coming up in hole 10. Not sure if any of them are actually going to take it, but what I'm saying is the birdie should be straightforward. Chances for Paul to get back under par.
So it's par looks for everyone except Gannon. Niklas remains at 3 under. He's 2 shots off the lead. It's a nice par for Robinson after catching the tree with his second shot. Macbeth in for the par, and Gannon will drop to 2 under with the bogey. Third shot here for Aderholt. Smith for birdie from distance. He hit one from this range at the 12th. Knew it right away. Probably more frustrated about his approach shot than the missed putt.
It's those rock greens. Even if you come in soft, there's a chance you don't get the favorable result.
We check in with Adam Hammis. Second shot at the 14th, par 4, 778 feet.
That's fine. Playing for par, that is just fine.
Barella up to the green, inside the circle. Anthony Barella is going to be looking at a birdie, trying to get to 3 under par when we come back.
You've seen the limited runs. You've heard the hype. Now, the blast is here to stay. With a unique hand feel, featuring a slightly recessed flight plate and a subtle thumb track designed for one thing: total control in the hand. Choose your stability. Spark Plastic Blend for heavy-duty overstability, or D-Line for a seasoned moderate finish. Control, confidence, consistency. The DGA Blast.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? Mm-hmm. But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
There's a place where the game meets the extraordinary. Eagles Crossing Disc Golf, a realm of lush fairways and peaceful woods, where every hole offers a new chapter in your adventure. Explore this one-of-a-kind disc golf property that boasts not one, but 2 championship-level courses. Eagles Crossing is where your perfect round begins. Book your tee time online at eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
the one I aced Maple Hill with right there in the picture. What up, everyone? Mattio here. I want y'all to check out something with me real quick. Something I don't think has gotten enough attention. The widest selection in Westside history is available now. WestsideDisc.com. Get them while they're hot. Let's go, baby.
Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the first round of the PDGA Champions Cup continues. Ezra Aderholt lobbing one up there for birdie. Comes up short, so he'll have a short putt for par. Mallory Villman in for the birdie at the 10th. Adam Hammes, one off the lead, throwing his third.
And that is just fine on 14. One of the hardest holes in the course.
Birdie putt for Barella. And that's 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. He's heating up.
I'm still laughing when he told me it's going to be great after this week. I thought he was not looking forward to playing this event, but no, this man's locked in, ready to win a major. If you're not looking for the eagle, that's fine.
Okay.
Throw straight in the ground.
Hammes putting for par.
Some birdieable holes left in this stretch. Adam has a chance to finally catch Rick.
What is going on today, man? Sit, please. Sit.
Oh, good sit. Gets a good kick off the ground. Doesn't skip out towards the left OB. So McBeth just fine. And a little off on the release point though. Off the tee. Aderholt in for par. Opportunity here for Gannon to get a little aggressive. Trying to push it past that power pole.
That needs to roll bounce off something. You hate to miss a fairway that wide. If he's somewhat on the edge, though, there's still a chance to save birdie.
Barella, the 11th.
This is one of 2 335 par 3s in this back 9. This one's kind of a dealer's choice. Here's the forehand.
Nice kick for Mallory Villman.
I would call that a blessing from the disc golf gods for sure. Yeah, you see, no matter what you choose, forehand or backhand, there's got to be some shape to it.
Calvin squares up the right side tree. Heimberg sitting at 1 over par.
It's hard to trust that backhand to push left on hyzer, then finally get back towards the green.
Nasty kick left for Ezra.
Claustrophobic on this back 9 on some of these holes.
A little something.
Well, Terry, if you were Gannon's caddy, what advice would you have for him as he's trying to get out of this right side?
Well, knowing that it's a par 5, I think Gannon has to just, be somewhat conservative. He doesn't need to throw anything special. He's just trying to find an opening so that he can line himself up with the gap. It was truly a nasty kick as it was hugging that right sideline. And then once it hit a tree, it actually kicked backwards and to the right, giving him a much worse position as if he would have, as opposed to just filtering out. So we'll see what Gannon's working with. I'm near the top of the hill. If he could get to even where I'm standing right now, that would be what I would consider a really good shot and set himself up. Just trying to, again, line himself with the tunnel to possibly get away into there. And it's coming out, it's coming into the opening, and it's not to the tunnel, but it's perfectly in line with the tunnel. So job well done by Gannon.
Well, lost in the fog when it comes to your money? Far-flung change was built for you. Not financial advice, financial orientation. Like having a caddy for your financial life. Visit firstfinancialadvisory.com to get started today. Niklas, maybe thinking about trying to push down into this gap a little bit with the turnover.
Because you can definitely throw forehand, just chip your way in there and give yourself at least a chance. But this is his flippy. I believe this is an FD. And that's just fine. Hits the shape. If it does happen to pan out, maybe he pushes another 40, 50 feet.
Evan Smith tied for the lead at the 16th.
This is a giant pull. He's still going to be short right. It's got to be a full flight from a guy like that.
Second shot for Eisenhood. Short putt left for par. This is where Isaac's drive landed. Just pitching out to the gap.
Another one of those wide fairways that we're seeing a lot of guys off on the tee shot. Elevation does make those distance drivers a little harder to control.
Some of the slopes of the fairways want to draw the discs down towards OB, and players trying to fight that end up going into the wrong side woods. So look at this hole and that OB all along the left side.
Basket. It's like back here. It's a tough push hyzer. He's going distance driver here. Wow, hits nothing for 3/4 of the flight. That is very fortunate. I'm not sure he's going to get that same fortune if he does that again tomorrow. Gannon always likes to say he tries to pick the shot that removes luck from the equation, which in a game like this, that's tough to do.
Anthony Barella currently sitting tied for 5th. He hasn't finished inside the top 30 yet this season. Yeah! And that'll help. Barella from deep knocks down the birdie from 78 feet. Roll back to Zuka replay for his 5th birdie in the last 6 holes.
I love the way he plays this course from a shot selection. You see that buzz come out, you see the Luna out, you see those 2 discs he loves to lean on, and you have to trust your equipment and lean on it on a course like this.
Barella now tied for third, 1 shot back of the lead. Vilman for birdie.
And that's a kick in the stomach. That's a firm putt. A few inches too high.
Hamas at the 15th.
Now.
With the slope, it's an interesting play. Everything kind of filters back there. That's probably just a comfort play. Making sure he gets up there at least a little bit. Look at this line.
3rd shot for Niklas.
So bad.
And just frustrated that his disc ended up next to that tree. And kind of falling away as he threw it and just turned it over.
Just trying to visualize what you actually had to do to pull that shot off. That is low percentage.
Ader holds. Bogey coming. Evan Smith has a birdie look from deep in circle 2 to take the outright lead. You bet! Evan Smith does it again from circle 2. And he's got the lead at the Champions Cup.
He's got such good touch. You're a spin putter. A lot of times these guys are drilling them through the chains, not to the chains. He is running these with perfect speed.
Putting over 40% from circle 2 today. And picking up where he left off in Charlotte. Here's Macbeth at the 10th. Gets a little skip, called for it to get over, and it did.
I remember
No, he deserved a friendly skip.
And I thought I got rolled back recently to missing
warning.
height.
No, football is a penalty.
Yeah, it's instant penalty.
Yeah, it's instant penalty, yeah. And it's rethrow.
We're talking about hypothetical foot faults. It is a penalty. That is true. Evan Smith. Let's go to the 17th and your leader, Smith.
This is such a fun shot to watch. 400 feet uphill. It slopes left. You have to actually get it to stand up.
Just 8 birdies today at the 17th.
It's a deflating shot after the last hole. Niklas scramble, that's going to be fine. Frustrating though to throw such a centered shot and not get to throw the natural line for the shape.
Fourth shot for Gannon. If he can find a line, it is a birdie putt.
Talk about perfect speed. That's what, 110 feet?
That would have been something else.
I'm at a point where I'm not even too surprised anymore when he hits something like that. It just feels nice.
Robinson's first Circle 2 putt of the day. Clips a little bit of metal, but it's going to have to settle for a par. Niklas for par. So Niklas remains 3 shots back of the lead. And Gannon in for par. Just a note, Gannon Buhr was called for a time extension during his second shot here at the 10th. This is first of 2 time extensions in this round. That was a birdie for Macbeth. Robinson for par, and he's in. So Macbeth is now 2 over. And for as tough a start as he had, he's fighting his way back towards a respectable round.
Anthony on 12. This is another one of those holes, just so challenging. A lot of players not looking forward to this. It's a slow push hyzer. This gap is so tight. He still has a ways to go here on 17. And you hate to blow all this momentum by not executing a good scramble here. It's going to be a high arm slot forehand. The backhand, I'm not even sure what window he's looking at. Really? Could just be going wide.
That's pretty good progress from that spot.
That was crafty.
Birdie putt for Hammes at the 15th. Smart layup on the downhill green.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call that a putt. I don't think anybody in their right mind would run that one.
Par putt for Hammes.
Nothing like a little weak side stick to get your blood pressure spiked.
Evan Smith to close out his round with a birdie. Frustration from Smith. He was 3 for 8 from Circle 2 today.
You see on this hole 12, it bends left, but it also slopes left, ever so slightly.
Oh yeah. Left. Jeez, that shot.
What a shot from Antila. You can't do it much better than that.
That's the blueprint shot. There's not much else you can do to get to that spot. Ball just not dialed in with his equipment right now, not quite finding the line, but still hits the gap. That'll be a par. Not sure if birdie is possible from there.
Yeah, dude. Nice shot. So good. So good.
And even then, he gets the skip off the fairway. Not only do you have to hit this crazy gap with power, with shape, you have to land it softly as well. That is so fortunate.
So Burr stays on that right side of the fairway. Big trouble for Barella at the 12, throwing his 6th shot. So he's going to be putting for triple bogey.
Look at that line from Adam. Tight sidearm line.
Circle's edge birdie putt coming up for Hammes. Single bogey putt here for Maudie Villman. And the double bogeys can pop up quick here at New London Tech. Evan Smith, a tap in for par to finish out a great opening round at the Champions Cup. He's tied for the lead. And feels like he left a couple out there.
For sure. I think that's inevitable playing this course. I'd love to see a clean round out here, but don't think we'll ever see it.
Maybe we saw one last year. Luke Taylor, 10 under. Here's Ezra. Well, somehow manages to get that up over the basket and off the top.
Charlie, I don't know if I've seen so many short misses in a round like this before.
Oh, and he misses the comebacker, and it's going to be a brutal bogey for Aderhold. He missed his first circle one putt at the 11th, and now 3-putting here at the 12th. Barella takes the triple bogey. So the 12th is dishing out the punishment as Villman takes the double. So let's check back in on this leaderboard.
Not a lot of movement.
Some players dropping back. Barella goes from that 4 under mark down to 1 down.
This is one of the more perplexing days that I can remember sitting here watching a professional disc golf round. They make it look so easy, and sometimes they do it for such a long, consistent time that it's kind of shocking.
I mean,
when you see a miss.
There's 3 players in the top 10 with at least a double bogey on their scorecard. And it's just part of playing this course.
And look at this play from Gannon. He's trying to go around the corner here.
My goodness, what a shot. That's going to be inside the circle obstructed for Gannon, but he should be able to step out around the tree. Roll back to Zuka replay.
For him to throw flat and challenge that tree and fall away from it, that's a perfect line. Great scramble, and a way to capitalize on getting a fortunate kick off that tree, putting him back in the middle.
Yeah, so we'll stay where we are, have the baby, raise him for a couple months.
Apologies there for the technical difficulties. Macbeth's shot not in the circle, but Adam Hammes buries it. So that's a 43-foot birdie for Hammes. He's only got one bogey on the day, and he's tied for the lead. So Hammes makes from 55 feet and 43 feet, 2 for 3 from circle 2, perfect inside the circle, 11 for 11 C1X putting.
I love that after the most flawless drive we could see on this hole, Nicklaus still has to throw something so tough. And he does it. He does it so well. Not a single tree was hit on hole 12 today for Nicklaus.
There have only been 5 birdies at the 12th.
Just another frustrating lie for Isaac. Hits the gap, but throws too overstable. And now has to throw just a tough forehand. Just one of those days.
I was trying to.
Got up there far enough, it should be a straightforward up and down, but frustrating after a really clean tee shot that just pushed a little too far left. Aderholt coming off the 3-putt at the 12th. Slides it up inside the circle, and I don't think he can miss from there. Co-leader Adam Hammes at the 18th.
Just can't take a roll. That's going to be just fine.
Oh my gosh, it's slipped right out of your hand. I don't throw those, I guess.
Periodically we see this from Macbeth. Just loses the release point a little bit. And, you know, he's not at 100%. He said yesterday in the press conference that physically he feels about 85%. He's taking high-dose antibiotics right now, trying to fight off an infection. And, you know, of course, has not been able to play the last couple of tournaments, so perhaps not surprising that a really challenging course is punishing him for being a few percent off.
And I believe after talking to him, he might be dropping out of some more tournaments after Champions Cup to get some more tests done. Really hope the best for him.
Isaac frustrated.
actually just got word that he did drop out of Jonesboro. He is going to fly back home and get that taken care of. I believe we're making a quick stop at the IDGC after Champions Cup.
Yeah, working on the future home of the Champions Cup.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Talk more about that in a second. Let's look at this birdie putt here for Gannon. Trying to be the 6th player to birdie the 12th. And it looked low immediately. Thinking about whether he should have tried something else.
I wonder what his knee percentage is. I feel like
It's high.
Yeah, it's quite high. And Nicklaus, after legitimately not hitting a single tree on one of the most technical holes in the course,
to get a share of the lead. And he puts it in the heart, and we've got a 4-way tie at the top at the PDGA Champions Cup.
This whole round, other than the bogey on 4, he's looked slow, he's looked intentional.
Macbeth in for bogey. Par for Isaac. And a par for Gannon. So Nicklaus, the 6th birdie of the day at the 12th, back-to-back birdies, and now tied for the lead. Hammis. He's got an opportunity to get a birdie, take the outright lead here at the 18th, and it's going to trickle up near the OB line on the right side. If that stays safe, he's in good shape, and he gets the green flag. So Hammis will putt for the outright lead on the other side.
Here you go, Harry. Throw long.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, way to do it. Do it. Look at you, Harry.
Just how I drew it up. Through you later, Matty.
I bet you will, Harry. I bet you will.
Be deliberate. Be rememberable. Be different. Be oriented. Far-flung change. Practical financial orientation. For grown-ups' sake.
Progress doesn't stand still. Neither do we. Every moment matters. Every step evolving through experience. Trust breeds confidence. And confidence is everything. Any terrain, any conditions. The all-new Syncrasy V2 by Ideo Sports.
Ever since I threw my first Frisbee, I dreamed of making flying discs. Now, whenever a customer wants their own course, stamp, or brand, I do everything I can to help make their dreams come true. Gateway Disc Sports, an open invitation.
The Educational Disc Golf Experience is the leading nonprofit organization bringing disc golf to schools nationwide since 2003. EDGE provides age-appropriate discs, targets, and a classroom-linked curriculum which empower educators to teach the fundamentals of the sport. In EDGE's 20 years of existence, over 2 million youth have been introduced to this great lifetime activity. Be a part of the next chapter of disc golf. Support Edge today.
Four-way tie at the top of the Champions Cup. Nicholas Antila just birdied to grab a share of that lead. And he slides it inside the circle at the 13th. You said it, Brian. He's really looking in control right now.
That's kind of how I felt about Isaac back in Louisiana. The way he was throwing the disc, just wasn't capitalizing on some of the longer putts like Gannon and Rick were, but Nicholas seems to have an answer. Doesn't look stressed.
Nicholas leading the tournament in Circle 1 in regulation. Inside the circle for Gannon.
This is another one of those padding holes. You just need to take a birdie on this. It feels bad if you're taking a par.
Yeah.
But I just love a hole that after all these stressful wooded hyzer flips with drivers, you're throwing a putter. You're throwing a mid-range. I've seen 3 or 4 different speeds of disc come out of these guys' hands.
Ezra Aderhold got the birdie at the 13th.
Holy. And Ezra on tilt right now. And running out of time here in round number 1.
Not an easy putt here for Hammes, but a chance to take the outright lead. Great effort, and maybe just not quite enough room. That's a great second shot for Aderhold after the misfire. Bunch of tap-ins for Adam Hammes' card, and Hammes walks off with a par and a share of the lead.
What I find exciting is all these players saying 5 to 6 each round is going to get you the win, but we know that a 10 under par is possible. Luke Taylor did it last year. We know 9 under pars are possible. Like you said, already some bunching up at the top. I think it's going to be an incredible tournament moving forward.
Just really nothing going Isaac's way today. That's another one where it's on the left side, but something about the way he putts just doesn't want to stick.
Well, he's not pitch putting. Yeah, he's not lofting it into the basket.
Antila to take the solo lead. Nicholas Antila is your new leader. 6 under par, 1 bogey on the day. Gannon Burr jams it home. Kind of looked like it wanted to sneak out the left side, but stays in. He is 3 shots off the lead. Macbeth in for the birdie, and Robinson will tap in for par. So that's where things stand. 3 5-unders in the clubhouse. Nicholas 6 down. 5 to play.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that, teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Absolutely fearless downhill. Anthony Barella is absolutely locked in. 16 under par. New course record, Anthony Barella.
Welcome back. We are now flying the daunting hole number 14. A lot of players in this field saying this is the most challenging hole on the course. Par 4, 778. You need to get the disc moving right quickly. This tree line comes up maybe about 350, and you need it to start turning down this corridor here. But I'm going to show you this tree in the distance creates all the challenge in the world. You see that uphill slope up to the green back here. If this tree's not there, dealer's choice on that second shot, but it creates such a specific angle. Backhands have to move this way and get back. Forehands have to be low and flipping. Such a challenging hole, and a lot of players just happy with par here.
Third shot for Ezra Aderhold. Narrowly misses the fairway tree. And gets through everything, and he's going to have a putt. Circle's edge.
Man, what a par save that would be.
Well, Adam Hammes coming off the course at 5 down, and he's in the clubhouse with Grant Zellner.
Adam Hammes brings in a 5 under par effort on day one of the Champions Cup. Adam, off camera, you said it feels like kind of a slow, chill day out there, but at the same time, 5 under feels like it's on pace. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of people out here. I expect more people to be out here for the weekend, so it's kind of a pretty relaxed round, and there's a lot of time in between shots on a course like this, so kind of staying patient is the main thing, and just waiting for your opportunities.
Does that bother you in terms of pace of play when an entire round, not because of backups, but just because of the nature of the course, plods along a little bit? Your time for the whole round was expected, but it felt slow. What do you do to keep yourself focused?
Not necessarily. Kind of just prepare yourself for that mindset. You know it's going to be slow, so you just going to have to, be patient. It's definitely easy to get antsy to get to your next shot. Can't really do that here. You just got to wait for your shot and go from there. Yeah.
Speaking of getting antsy, I know there's a long way to go in this tournament, but it would be your first major. Mm-hmm. What would that do for you?
It'd be in the world. That's one thing we got to definitely get eventually. Maybe this weekend, we'll see. But yeah, just going to keep the the calm, patient pace going. Not really gonna think about the great round too much. Just kind of go home, get the routine together, and come back tomorrow do the same thing.
All right. Well, as the weekend approaches, best of luck, Adam Hammis.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, Adam Hammis keeping it calm today and putting together a really nice round.
He's one of those guys that over the years has gotten kind of a reputation for being a hothead, but every year I talk to him, you feel how conscious he is of working on the mental game, trying to get better, always striving to improve himself, and I'm seeing it come to fruition this year.
Best tee shot peels off left side.
He's trying to throw that hyzer flip that turns over, but he kind of keeps opening the hips up. We missed Niklas throwing a gorgeous turnover on his tee shot.
Fantastic shot there from Isaac Robinson as well. Well, Evan Smith also sitting one off the lead, and he's chatting now with Grant Zellner.
With Evan Smith now, Evan, it's been 3 hours and change since Ricky Wysocki posted a 500 par. Now you have matched that as the leader right now. Does that 500 par, does that 3 hours just evidence how difficult this course plays?
Oh, for sure. Out here, it's, anybody's game still. I don't know. Like, if you're at 2 or 3 over, I feel like you're still in it. Just this course, every hole presents a new challenge. You got to stay mentally sharp every single shot. Yeah.
It took just 5 circle one in regulations out of 18 in order to post this currently leading score. What does that say about what parts of your game have to be sharp and what parts don't?
Yeah, it probably says a little bit more about the stat keeper, honestly. But honestly, I thought I was throwing the disc pretty well. It's just really hard to park holes out there or get within 20 feet consistently. Thinking about it, I definitely had more than 5 greens hit, but that's okay. So yeah.
Coming off a second place finish at the Queen City Classic, what aspects of the way you've been playing recently are helping you out as you get into this weekend?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with courses. A lot of these courses are just one shot at a time courses. Like, it's really hard to get on a heater. You can't birdie, I don't know, I think the hottest stretch I had today was 4 birdies in a row. And I haven't watched a ton of people's scorecards individually, but I would guess that is pretty much the longest stretch out of anybody, or maybe 5 holes in a row. But there's just not a ton of stretches where you're oh, I'm gonna get all of these. A lot of the courses that we played last year, Waco, a lot of those courses you have to birdie every single hole, and that's just not been the case. Yeah.
You mentioned feeling like you missed 2 of the easiest holes on the course. So if that's the case, what do you change for tomorrow?
Nothing really. I just make my first putt on hole 7. Had a good look at it and airballed it, and then 3-putted that hole, and then throw a good upshot on 15. So yeah.
Do you have a sense of needing to go lower tomorrow if you want to stay in the hunt?
No, I think 5 down every round is going to be keeping me in it until the very end. So, yeah.
You're a quarter of the way there, Evan
Exactly.
Smith. Doing well through one day at the Champions Cup.
So we go back out to the 14th. Second shot from Gannon Burr.
Yeah, he didn't want to throw that line that was asked of him. He wanted to throw something more stable, and he got the push. Flexed out. Now he's got this.
Oh. Why does this always happen?
It's settled down on the right side.
So good.
Yeah, that's going to be a chance for par. You can tell he saw some sort of line, but here we go, AB on 15.
Just crushed.
Someone parked it like 3 cards ago.
Really?
Yeah.
That is just at the tip of circle 2. This is a 558, slightly uphill par 4.
2 eagles today at the 15th. Silas Schultz and Jacob Curtis.
That is a smash from Anthony. That's, again, chance for him to build some momentum. I know he's been frustrated with some of his play this round, but still not playing too bad at all. So even being here, that fairway tree makes this backhand so much tougher. If this is gone, you can throw such a more simple line.
Go in. Nice shot.
Up onto the green, just outside the bullseye. Nicholas with another birdie opportunity.
Nicholas is so fun to watch because you know what angle he's going to throw before it comes out, because his posture is what creates the angle of release. He has such a good ability to lean back when he throws the flex, hunch over when he's throwing the hyzer. His swing plane is so simple. Great shot.
Take another look, trying to make it 4 birdies in a row. And a nice kick at the end to help it out. Third shot for Macbeth. He pitched out to here. Edge of the circle.
I'm a lot shorter than I thought I was.
Second shot for Aderholt after hitting an early tree. And that's beautiful.
Can't think he's throwing distance. Okay. He mentioned to me that at the Queen City Classic he threw his second ever overhand in tournament. Saw him lining it up on this one, but I don't think he's gonna actually do it.
He has already used a time extension, or put better, he had a time extension called on him earlier at the 10th. And he's certainly near the threshold again.
Well, again, when you pick up that rangefinder now, it officially starts your clock.
Going to have an opportunity from the edge of the circle, potentially slightly obstructed. Very long eagle look for Barella. Brilliant! Brilliant stuff from Barella. Unbelievable. from 72 feet.
You know,
it's the third eagle of the day.
I've been laughing. He has this series where he documents himself trying to birdie every hole on the courses that he plays, and some of these rounds are exhausting for him. And I feel like he gets a lot of Circle 2 practice doing exactly stuff like this. What a putt.
Macbeth.
Oh my gosh, why are you doing that?
You can tell Paul just kind of doesn't quite feel in his body right now, and not fun to be the one doing it, not fun to watch. No dice. Not going to happen.
Splashes out right side. Robinson in for the par.
Man, if Isaac can get back to even after a round like this, that would be a triumph. Got a few holes left.
So Macbeth taps in for bogey. Gannon will also tap in for the bogey. And after all that, it's a birdie putt for Nicholas Antila. Just the 6th birdie of the day at the 14th. So he does it again. He's getting some of the hardest birdies on the course. And he extends his lead to 2.
First time ever birding. Come on, let's go.
And there you go. His first birdie here at the 14th. Just the one bogey for Nicholas. And all the way back at the start of our broadcast, I said that Nicholas might be the best active player without a major win to his name yet. And he is tied for second podiums without a win with Simon Lizotte.
And he's still so young. It feels like every time we have a major championship, Niklas pops off at least one round. He's a part of the narrative. And these are the tournaments that he lives for. He loves the majors. He places more value on them, you know, compared to the other tournaments. And some of the other pros of his caliber don't see them the same way.
He's finished top 10 at 8 of the last 9 majors. And in that span has gotten 3 of those 5 podium finishes. So he has played great, just hasn't closed out a victory.
So 15 again, we just saw this, 558. It shapes up very nicely for a long, dragging flex. You see he's reading just a gentle breeze left to right. Stays there up on the hill. At least going to be some sort of stretch out. I feel like this is green light for even a guy like Isaac, if he wants it. Gonna get the flex back, but still advances quite a bit. Beat this tree in the distance.
No way. You're good. That's going to be so good.
I'm sure some of these people are locals that are just blown away at these shots, never seeing stuff like this before. Terry, you're standing down there. What are you picking up from these fans as well?
Yeah, just watching that one come flying in at us with even the chance of still being in the air when we're this far away from the tee pad is absolutely incredible. As I'm watching Macbeth's come in, it does come up just short of the FPO, but then gets a roll away. He's going to be in the same neighborhood as Isaac Robinson. I expect them both just to pitch up and play for the easy tap in. Back to you guys.
Great stuff, Terry, as Barella tees off at the 16th.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. What a forehand from Barella. The wide flex, 466-foot par 3. Bullseye.
There's not many people doing that. When you got the #1 player in the world, Gannon Buhr, who's got an 1,100 RPM sidearm saying, I'm throwing roller, you know how long this forehand is. That's gross. And there's that roller we're talking about. Just got to die right here.
Couldn't do it any better than that. What a shot.
I feel like we're watching Olympic curling right now. That was beautiful.
Just
wow.
Absolutely perfect pace.
And the land shapes up perfectly for it. You got this upslope at the basket that helps you hit the brakes. Or you could just juice the sidearm, Charlie.
Two totally different looks. Onto his lead now 2 strokes over the trio at 5 under.
So this is tricky. He's lining up kind of that patented force over that he's so good at.
Way.
Last tree he needed to miss.
So a tap-in birdie for Anthony Barella with the forehand, and a drop-in for Ezra Aderhold with the roller.
Hold up.
Both players move to 3 under, 4 shots back of Niklas.
Hit the ninja branch. Like right out of my hand to hit the branch.
And just for people who've ever used a radar gun, tech disc, anything, to throw 558, to even throw 500 through the woods, you have to throw over 70 miles an hour to give yourself a look at this and shaping a perfect line in the process. watching Isaac kind of line up his shot. Another frustrating lie. I'm still kind of thinking about Gannon back in Louisiana at the World Championships last year. Not a single hot round at Worlds. World champion. Never had the lead in Louisiana. Won the playoff. Gannon does not need to shoot the hot round today at all. I think if he sits at 2 down, he's going to be more than happy with the number to start.
Isaac on the green. Yeah, he's certainly still going to be well in the hunt. I mean, we heard what Evan Smith said, that 2 or 3 over today still in the tournament, and that could change if Nicholas keeps piling up some more birdies, but certainly anything under par is a perfectly reasonable starting round.
Well, that's why you love the majors so much. You know, 3-round tournament, regular season event, 3 over par might cook you right away.
It's not a far shot here for Burr, but it's a little tricky. C1 putting has not been at his usual high standard. Just outside the bullseye.
This is a step outside. Yes!
He does it again. Nicholas from way downtown gets his 5th straight birdie and opens the lead to 3.
He's so intentional with everything. The nose angle, the way he floated it, the speed, hearted it.
Unbelievable putt there from Antila. The fist pump for a Yahtzee 5th straight birdie. He's now 2 for 3 from circle 2 today. Gannon Burr, the more conventional birdie. And that'll move Gannon up to 3 under, tied for 7th, with Beth birdies as well.
Rolling in the next call?
Yeah.
With my disc?
Yes, I'm going to go to one of your
Yeah, I'm going my sweet on this. Yeah.
So Barella, who was sitting at even 2 holes ago and then went eagle birdie and is now tied for 7th. And look at this drive at the 17th. Oh my goodness. Parks it. And he's going to have another tap-in birdie, and he's going to get up to tie for 5th at 4 down. Let's take a look at some highlights. These are his drives on the last 3 holes, Brian.
Well, this is exactly what you need to do if you want to look at the eagle on this hole. And still well outside. Cashes the eagle, and then there's only a handful of guys on the planet that can do this with this amount of control. I can count them on 2 hands. I can't think of too many more.
And then a moment ago at the 17th.
And he flexes it because the drop-off is so steep on the left. You have to play to the high side. This is AB in his bag right here. 3 different shots, 3 different skills. He told me he's winning.
And what a bounce back after the triple bogey at the 12th, followed by a bogey at the 13th. And he has roared back with eagle birdie and an upcoming birdie at the 17th. There it is. Tap in birdie for Barella. He's 4 shots off the lead. He's tied for 5th. Hezra Aderhold dropping in for par there. He remains at 3 down. So there is your top 10 as it stands. A lot of big names starting to filter up towards the top.
I believe it's about 1 a.m. right now in Finland, and I know we have a bunch of Finns watching their boy Nike at the top of the leaderboard. Eight down. He has a chance if he birdies out to shoot a new course record to beat Luke Taylor's 10, but he's going to have to throw the roller here on 16 to do that.
And he is going to put it inside the circle. He is locked in. Birdie number 6 coming up.
This guy's one of the best roller throwers I've ever seen, and he's still in his 20s.
Nicholas Antila leans back, lays down the roller, trying to make it 6 birdies in a row. He's got a 3-shot lead, and he's trying to add to it.
Tour Series material. Update initiated. Special blend duo compound identified. Titanium metallic pearl activated. Big Z color architecture deployed. Material synchronized. Special blend. Render complete. Enhanced grip detected. Cosmetic data stream opened. Access granted March 27th. Discraft.com.
Light wind, 7 o'clock. Aim a touch higher and trust the glide.
I've been told it all starts with a solid orientation.
Orientation matters everywhere, on the course and off it, especially when the footing's uncertain.
Now, is this the part where you tell me to throw it long?
You bet it is. Now, do it to it, and I'll three you later, Harry.
Be deliberate. Be rememberable. Be different. Be oriented. Far-flung change. Practical financial orientation. For grown-ups' sake.
I'm Seth Muncie, Director of Safety and Player Performance for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Long before disc golf, I served in the Coast Guard and also as a first responder on an ambulance. Mental health is something that's very important to me and to that community. I've learned that talking saves lives. That's why the Disc Golf Pro Tour is partnering with Hope for the Day to remind us all it's okay not to be okay. By talking about mental health, we break stigma and build community. So just scan the QR code to donate and join the conversation.
Back to the tee of the 16th, Gannon Buhr sitting at 3 under. He's going roller. Just gonna have to miss that stuff on the right, and it does. And he's going to be at the edge of the circle.
Gotta wipe the sweat off his brow on that one. Can't throw that same shot tomorrow.
Macbeth also looking to the roller. That's very right. And he somehow gets it through everything, and it's going to curl up inside the circle, or maybe just outside.
So Gannon had to flash 1 ring, Paul flashes 6 rings, and they sneak through everything. That's fine.
We go to the 18th, Barella to the forehand. What a finish it would be for AB to get a birdie at the 18th. Here's Macbeth for birdie.
Go.
Well, Terry, you're watching what Nicholas is doing right now and looking for his 6th birdie in a row here in just a moment. Just curious for your thoughts and those of the gallery.
Yeah, one of the gentlemen I just met, he came up and introduced himself. He said his name is Victor. He's only played about 8 rounds of golf in his life, but his buddies who are also local to here said that you got to come out and check out the action. And he's hooting and hollering and having a great time, taking it all in. And what an introduction to championship golf is being here for a major in your backyard and then being treated to the golf that players like Gannon Buhr and Antila are putting on for us today. It's absolutely incredible to see.
Gannon doesn't get it to drop. It's really been the only major issue today for Gannon Buhr. Some missed putts. 3 putt at the first, a couple of missed circle 1 putts at the 12th and the 14th. For par.
Another one.
2 3 putts today for Gannon Buhr. I have never seen that.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I have either.
Antila for his 6th birdie in a row. Nicholas is at 9 down with 2 to play. Course record is 10 under par, set by Luke Taylor last year at the Pro Tour Championship. He's got a shot. Robinson in for par. Couple of tap-ins there for Macbeth and Buhr. Another bogey for Gannon. He's hanging around though. Nicholas though, on fire. Trying to set a new course record.
Who says you gotta pay more for a great shave? Barbasol Shaving Cream has been trusted for over 100 years to deliver a high-quality shave at an incredible value. Barbasol's thick and rich instant lather delivers a close, comfortable shave that leaves your skin feeling smooth and moisturized, and all for a lot less than expensive shave gels. So pick up a can and see for yourself why Barbasol continues to be America's #1 brand of shaving cream.
I'm Ricky Wysocki with the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Ricky Wysocki, a champion again.
Here are my Powerball numbers. Number 1, because I'm out here on the Pro Tour trying to win tournaments. Number 13, number 10, 16, my first world title. 17, because that was my second world title. Number 6, that's my birth month. Powerball supports good causes. In my home state of Arizona, Powerball supports higher education and keeps Arizona families healthy.
Head to your local lottery retailer to get in the game.
Anthony Barella throwing his second at the 18th. Jams another forehand. It's just tough to get in there to C1. He's going to have a look from C2. Hitter holds.
Same result. Gets caught up. Pretty protected green.
6 in a row for Niklas.
And that is deceptively far from the pin. And there's a big downslope past the basket. Chance for birdie. Kind of what I love about the shape of this hole and the slopes. You can throw straight, but then you run into the hillside. You have to kind of get that push left and chance the skip.
Anthony Barella trying to close out a birdie. No. Still a strong finish for AB. If he can knock down the 25-footer coming back for par.
That's okay. It's a pretty typical play. That's what happens when you do try to get it up to flat and actually play the hyzer. And this is really the perfect disc for it. Something that slow flips, 10 speed. He's going to throw this on a baby hyzer. Hold it a bit right. Oh boy.
Settles down in the open fairway. Should be comfortable up and down. Eiderhold has a birdie opportunity to get to 4. Finished with 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. Great make from Eiderhold. A strong finish, and he finishes at 4 under par.
What a battle it was today for Ezra. 4 bogeys. Had to birdie 8 holes to get him where he is now. Just fine. I also love the majors, Charlie, because certain players like an Ezra Eiderhold seems to come alive at places like this and at tournaments like this.
Barella for par. He knocks it down, and what a comeback. An up and down day for Barella. 1 over through 5, then birdied 5 of the next 6. Then the triple at the 12th, but a huge bounce back with the massive eagle make. And he is tied for 5th.
Well, I think he's earned his score. He battled so hard to shoot that 4, but some of the shots he threw to grab those birdies were spectacular, and throwing the line that was designed into the holes.
So the only player in the top 10 still on the course is Niklas. Is he going to run this, Brian?
You have to wonder if he even thinks he has to.
But he is feeling it right now.
If there's anybody I'd pick to throw a nose-up little Annie putt, it's this guy.
He hit a 65-footer at the 11th. Soft half bid there from Niklas. Safe play. So his birdie streak will come to an end at 6. Tough birdie look for Macbeth.
There's no pop on some of these longer putts, and actually some of the shorter ones as well today.
0 for 6 from circle 2. And Isaac knocks down his first circle 2 putt of the day, and that's for a birdie. He has fought back to 1 over par, chance to get to even at the 18th. That'd be quite the achievement.
Especially with some of the putts he missed today. To throw that long outside the basket hyzer putt with the downslope, that's a bold make.
Nicklaus for par. So Nicklaus will carry his 4-shot lead into the 18th. Par for Macbeth. Check back in on our leaderboard. Lots of players at 2 under. And Daniel Perry, high school senior. Let's hear from the young man playing at his first major. He's with Grant Zellner.
Daniel Perry, 2 under par from La Mirada, California, now playing in your first major ever, am or pro, here at the Champions Cup. What brings you to Lynchburg, Virginia?
Well, it was the tournament lined up perfectly on my Easter break, and I'm going to be going to Liberty University here, and this is my favorite course, so I was like, might as well try to come out here and play it.
Might as well. 63, I believe, total tournaments to your PDGA bio. 9 total victories, 1 A tier. But here you are at a PDGA major with the likes of Gannon Burr, Paul Macbeth, Ricky Wysocki, and others. Any nerves out there?
Yeah, for sure. I was shaking in my boots during warm-ups and on the first tee, but then once I teed off, it kind of went away. I was trying to tell myself, like, just one shot at a time, treat it like it's any other tournament.
Any sense at all as you were playing that you were doing as well as you were compared to some of those legends in the game?
I didn't look at scores until after I threw my upshot on hole 18. And I was like, I knew I was 2 under, and I was like, I think I was pretty good. And then I didn't know, and I was in like 11th, I think, until I checked. So that was pretty exciting.
Looks like you got dad on the bag, family in the gallery. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. You know, my dad just helps keep me calm, keep me focused, and just having my mom and sister here to watch is a lot of fun.
Well, Daniel, the whole nation and maybe the world rooting for you this weekend.
Right,
Go out there and show us what you got.
Cool, thank you.
Fantastic stuff. The high schooler playing, and the best college players just down the road. You know, I'm certain he'll play some college disc golf and maybe win a college disc golf title at some point with Liberty.
Certainly a powerhouse. And actually, as we watch Nicklaus throw an 18, got to give a shout out to Jaden Rye, touring professional player, got his D1 national title with Emporia State. Punched his ticket to USDGC at Winthrop at the end of the year.
Fantastic.
That's going to be just fine. 18, pretty straightforward shot. The slope definitely makes it a little interesting. It makes the roller more appealing. But 761, not incredibly far. Gannon, pretty quick flipping roller. You do want to bite off a bit of distance off this tee. The green is really guarded. The gaps are really small. And we're going to take a look at 18. What you see is what you get. You got the slope here. making a lot of these backhand turnovers risky if you want to go for extra distance. So you're seeing a lot of power sidearm, a lot of these rollers. You got OB all down this left side, so you really have to watch yourself when you are throwing the roller. Hit the right angle, throw something flippy. We saw Adam Hammis up here on the ridge, and this gives you a wonderful spot to go into the green. But like I was saying, the green is heavily guarded. The gaps are everywhere, but there's not really one defined gap to the pin. So cutting off distance makes these a little bit more manageable. But yeah, averaging under par. This is a scoreable opportunity for Niklas Antila as he tries to tie the course record set by Luke Taylor at the championship last year.
Good scoring spread here, 30% birdie, 46% par, 24% bogey or worse. Macbeth up first, checking the footing.
All the hyzers kind of coming inside out, not getting over on the disc enough.
We were here earlier in this grass with it.
Not much wind.
Oh boy.
And a green flag goes up. It looked like he was getting ready to throw up the red flag. Fortunate for Niklas, he'll have to scramble for par. Well, as his final card brings it in on 18. Terry, just want to check in with you one more time and get your thoughts on this opener at the first major here in 2026.
Well, first of all, it's just been an incredible day out here. We saw some great golf this morning, and then this afternoon, it has been a roller coaster, as you guys have called it. Some really unconventional things have happened, some uncharacteristic mistakes. And what's so great, as you were saying, Brian, this is a 4-round event. So although you don't have to come out with a hot round, you just have to stay in contention. And you would have never guessed and said, well, 2 or 3 over might still be in the running for a major. Niklas clearly wants to squash any idea of somebody coming back from that much of a deficit at this point, but what a track this has been, and I'm just really looking forward to these next 3 days. And Gannon's still going to be hunting that 5th major, and as we can see, he's going to be in a little bit of a deficit after round 1 here today. I'll shout out to Niklas.
A beautiful shot there from Gannon, and he'll get one back here at the 18th.
Matt Schlabach, got to get those eyes checked out. Not sure why he's opening them up so big, looking into the camera like that.
Well, it is crunch time, and the end of this broadcast has been brought to you commercial-free by our friends over at 1010 Discs. They've got the fastest shipping and lowest prices in the game.
Nine down. If that's what Niklas is going to sit at, it really does show you how special that round was from Luke Taylor last year. Bogey-free at that. And I believe it's the only bogey-free round we've seen since they've changed
I think you want to see this, but I'm on
the
the
format
line
and the layout here.
Yeah, and Niklas has 10 birdies, but he has the 1 bogey at the 4th, and look how close it was to going out of bounds. He's just getting confirmation from his card, but clearly in. And, you remember all the way back, Brian, hole 1. The rest of his card having some brutal mistakes. Gannon Buhr took a double bogey. Paul McBeth took a triple bogey. And Nicklaus pulled out a driver.
Love it.
And went for it and got the birdie. Not very many birdies on that hole today, and that kind of got things going for him.
And this is that classic Nicklaus floater. Wanted just a hair more Anheuser, but such a fine-tuned, safe bid from late circle 2. He's so consistent. There are some players that look at an Anheuser putt like that and that they don't know how to make their body do it. It's so hard to pull off.
Isaac to try to get to even. But despite what a tough round it was for Isaac Robinson, he's at 1 over, and you can't count him out. After the double bogey at the 5th, he did not bogey again. 5 birdies, fought his way back to a respectable round. McBeth.
I think any of these guys can shoot 1 over par. I don't think Nicklaus is safe. I don't think Rick's safe. Rick shot 9 over last year, and it was just a bad day at the disc golf course. There was nothing wrong.
That's how brutal this course can be.
So I don't think anybody is home safe. No one can just sit here and outclass this course.
Isaac in for par. Nicklaus closes out a marvelous 9 under par here in round 1 and will carry a 4-shot lead into Friday. Gannon Buhr with a birdie, and that gets him to 3 under on the day. Overall, solid performance from Buhr, and he will be inside the top 10 with 3 rounds to play.
It's almost inevitable that you're going to play this course and have a round similar to AB or Ezra Aderhold. Raven Newsom, who shoots 4 down with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bogey strokes and shoots a 4 under par. This is a battle of a course.
There's a look at the top 10. A couple more players at that 3 under mark. Anthony Barella fought back late to a 4 under performance today, and he is with Grant Zellner.
Anthony Barella, 4 under par effort on day number 1 here. Good enough for a multi-way tie for 5th place. You got a triple bogey on the scorecard. You got an eagle on the scorecard. Tell us about how you got here.
Yeah, I mean, I put in a lot of work this last week just trying to get my form to feel as good as possible, my putt to feel as good as possible. I mean, something's gone wrong every single round this season, it felt like, but it's nice to have it finally click. And then it being a major, too, it's just like that extra focus and then the extra confidence that the last major we played, I ended up winning. So, but yeah, about the round, I was throwing great shots. I started off a little rough, but you're going to get bogeys out here. You just got to try to limit the doubles and triples as much as possible. And then, yeah, hole 12, I missed the gap by 6 inches and then just kicks 250 feet into the worst possible spot. But I knew I was going to throw good shots down the stretch, and then having that eagle putt go in definitely gave me another boost of adrenaline to get my sidearm on hole 16, which was pretty crazy. I haven't thrown it that close yet.
Anthony, what's harder on the psyche of an experienced player like you? A slow round where the score is going to be low and it seems to take a while getting there, or a round like today that's very volatile, lots of under par and over par holes? Which one is tougher to deal with in the moment?
Definitely the slower rounds. If you're just parring a bunch of holes in a row, like that's the most frustrating thing I think in the world. If you're parring holes and then you get a couple bogeys and shoot a terrible round like that. But I had so many highlights today that it like just kept me in the mat, or kept my head in the game, and just gave me that confidence to finish the round.
Lots of guys at -5 and -4. Nicholas Antala going low right now,
Yeah.
getting ready to finish his round. Do you have some sense of what you need to do to change things up and get a little more out of your round tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I'm right where I need to be. I just need to just hit the gaps, honestly. That's it, because anything can happen if you miss the gaps here, and there's so much scrambling. It's just take it slow, day by day. It's a 4-day tournament.
Day by day, Anthony Barella doing well after day one. 3 more to go.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look again at some of the highlights. Anthony Barella played holes 15, 16, and 17, 4 under par. Nobody matched that. Garrett Gerthy was the only other player to get at least 3 under par on this set of 3 holes, and he did it like this. AB put it to here, eagle bid, and this is where his game is just taking new heights, Brian.
It feels like everything has just gotten a little bit more under control. Like he said, getting his form right, it looks like he is directing the disc the entire flight, and there's only a few guys that I feel like can do that truly. This is exactly what I'm talking about on the forehand side. There's a lot of guys that could probably throw 466, but not like that.
Little extra juice after the eagle, and then he went to 17, and just another absolutely fabulous shot. Slower disc, slides it in there inside the bullseye.
Those baby flexes. It's just, I love where his game has evolved over the years.
Well, let's welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. What an interesting opening round. You know, you don't always get a super compelling round one, but we certainly got that today. We kicked things off with the featured cards blundering hole one. I mean, almost everybody going out of bounds, or, you know, Gannon 3 putts. And then they really pick it up late, and we've got a very interesting leaderboard heading into tomorrow.
Well, I heard a lot of players say this hole one being hole one now doesn't feel right. I love it. Coming into this tournament, it's such a check right away. Are you focused? Can you throw 3 stock shots that you practice all the time with OB on both sides? And then you get into the most technical course that we potentially see all season. I thought we were going to see a nightmare after that hole. We saw players making elementary mistakes, but then you start to see people ease in, and you saw Nicklaus start to separate himself from the pack. I felt like we saw the whole spectrum of what a disc golf round can look like.
It's so interesting on this course. There's a lot of shots that are just incredibly demanding because they're so technical. And then you have holes that are so easy that if you make a small mistake and you miss a circle's edge putt, you feel like you've screwed that one up too. There's no breathing room really. It's like either a must-get birdie or a really hard birdie.
I think the players know which holes they have to run the birdies on. 6, 7, 8 to me is that middle stretch and that front 9 where you have to get yourself some padding, because there's a lot of holes that feel like dice rolls, and a lot of players are saying stuff like that. We watched Nicklaus get 12 and 14. Is he really going to birdie 12 and 14 all 4 rounds? I don't think so.
But he said he's only birdied 14 once today.
Yes, exactly. And so I think as the tournament comes down the stretch, we're going to see some spectacular play on those holes, some resourcefulness, and also a lot of tactics going against the guys on their card that they have to fight against.
Well, more to come. Stay with us. Tournament Central on the other side. We'll certainly hear from Nicholas Antala after his marvelous round. So stay with us. We'll be right back on the Disc Golf Network.
Eggs went up again.
Remember when a movie was 60 cents?
Or when you could get a whale sack for just $11.
Hey guys, whales are still $11 at whalesacks.com.
Well, son of a...
Last year, the disc golf community did something special. Thousands of players came together for one day, creating one of the biggest single-day events in disc golf history and helping bring this sport to more people around the world. So, we're running it back. On June 20th, Throw for More returns. One day, worldwide. Save the date, June 20th. Register at throwformore.com.
Ever since I threw my first Frisbee, I dreamed of making flying discs. Now, whenever a customer wants their own course, stamp, or brand, I do everything I can to help make their dreams come true. Gateway Disc Sports, an open invitation.
UPlay is the coaches, from top pros to community members teaching our methods. UPlay does more than grow the game. We build confidence, connection, and create opportunities. UPlay is the students experiencing the joy of improving a new skill. Thank you for joining the movement and supporting UPlay's programs. Because UPlay is for everyone who believes in the power of bringing people together.
Well, the College Disc Golf National Championships are underway just south of here, the Champions Cup in North Carolina. And so fantastic to see the growth of the college scene. Brian, I remember sometime last year, we were in Charlotte and College Disc Golf was in town, and we just saw so many players out just getting in some of the local courses, playing Hornet's Nest and having a great time. The future.
It brought me back to my ultimate days in college. You know, there's nothing like spending time with your teammates, going out and just enjoying yourself, tossing a disc together, or going out and playing disc golf together. And I felt that same camaraderie. And also, what a great way to legitimize our sport. Huge economic impact out there in Rock Hill. And I just, not only from a business side, but also how big college disc golf is getting. It's just wonderful to see.
TJ and Jaden at the top of the leaderboard, 3-shot lead in the doubles. So good luck to all the competitors as we welcome you back in for Tournament Central following round one of the Champions Cup. Well, Nicholas Antela was absolutely fantastic today. 9 under par, 1 off the course record, and just felt in control. When he had errant shots, he found a way to scramble and save the par. And he took advantage of his birdie opportunities all round long.
What I love about Nicholas is he leans on the hyzer flip, that really steep angle that he likes to throw, but we watch him lean back and throw the overstable stuff well too. It seemed like he had an answer for everything. And then not to mention, there are rollers on this course, and he might be the best roller thrower on tour, executed extremely well, and scrambled fantastic.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from his round today as he put together the best round on the course by far. The question is, can you replicate this? You know, if he can keep this up, obviously he's going to win the tournament. 4-shot lead and just opening it up right away on hole 1.
Well, when you're playing with that physical competence, that mind-body connection, your only errors are decision-making errors, and that's a beautiful place to be. We saw someone on his same card, Macbeth, unable to make the mind's-eye connection, unable to throw the shots and shapes that he was envisioning. And this guy right here was doing it all day long, and yeah, it was a real treat to watch.
And this was in the midst of a 6-birdie streak in the middle of his round. Put it close on the 13th.
This just baby hyzer flip on the 14th. Beautiful kick off the root. Such a good birdie.
And deep at the 15th, 77 feet outside C2. After hitting from 65 at the 11th, and then you said it, Brian, just a fantastic roller thrower.
I mean, I'm thinking about Nico, I'm thinking about Felberg, I'm thinking about Climo, I'm thinking about Niklas. Some of the best roller throwers I've ever seen.
Let's hear from Niklas right now.
Joining us now is Niklas Antila, your leader by 4. I'm going to ask you to rewind about 4 hours ago. Just before the round, I asked you about scores. Do you remember what you told me for how to score out here?
Yep, hit gaps.
Hit the gaps, but you also said you have to get the easy ones.
Yep.
There's at least 3 holes out here all weekend long. So that's 12 under for the entire weekend, plus a few extra holes, and you got to stay clear of bogeys. That's exactly what you told me. Then you go out and get 10 birdies. How did that happen?
Yeah, I just stayed very clean off the tee. I feel like I was never in big trouble on this course. My only bogey was by putting on hole 4, and that's the way to go on this course for sure.
Your putting looked incredible. Of course, you had that one little mishap, but overall your putting was incredible, including a string of birdies. What are you doing to stay in that mindset?
I think it actually feels pretty bad at the moment, so that's why I'm taking my time on every putt. And I feel like it's making me focus more on every putt and not take them for granted. So I think that's the key, to take my time and keep doing the same thing.
Speaking of focus, hole 1 was a very rough start for your card. We saw Gannon with a double bogey. We saw Macbeth with a triple bogey. You had one of the few birdies in the entire field today. Was your head a little scrambled after hole 1 and seeing what everyone was doing?
I mean, I knew it can happen on that hole. It's a tough one, and my game plan is to go as far as I can off the tee. If I go OB, it's fine. I can maybe play for par from that, and today I stayed in bounds and took my birdie on that one.
Tomorrow, you're going to want to keep it clean, I'm sure. Is there anything at all that you'll change in terms of how you approach the holes, any of the shots that you'll throw? Is there any adjustments you'll make at all?
I don't think so. I just want to come back and try to do the same thing 4 times. That's all I can do, really.
Last question is a 9 under, which is 4 better than everyone else in this very talented field. What does that mean to you to know that you shot 4 better than every other player here today?
I mean, it's nice, but it means nothing on this course. I feel like I can lose the lead on the hole 1 already tomorrow. So I just want to stay on my own lane and not think about other players and just focus on my game.
A very even-keeled perspective. That's Niklas Antila, your leader at the major after round 1. We'll see you tomorrow.
Peace. Thank you.
Well, a very measured thought there from Niklas Antila. 5 podiums at the majors without a win yet. And given his age, I don't think this is an unfortunate list to be a part of.
Look at the rest of the guys on this list, and then Niklas. A lot of these guys are twice his age, almost.
Almost retired or retired from the MPO disc golf.
To me, it makes sense. It's sad that he doesn't have a major championship yet, but it's obviously inevitable that he's going to get one at some point.
Well, maybe this will be the weekend, but as he said, it's great to shoot a hot opening round, but it doesn't really do that much for you besides give you some extra breathing room going into the next 3, because this course can take it away from you just as fast as you can get those birdies.
Well, I think he said something really impactful and powerful when he said, my putting doesn't feel good right now. So I'm not going to take anything for granted. I'm not going to take any simple shot for granted. And I feel like that's how you shoot well out here, is all the stuff that you can control it. Crazy stuff's going to happen out there. This course is ridiculous from a technicality standpoint. So I love his mindset.
Well, Gannon Buhr, world number 1, didn't have his best stuff today. 2 3-putts, something that we just really never see from Gannon. And he still fought back to a 3 under par, well in the hunt, no question about that. And he is with Terry Miller.
Catching up with Gannon Buhr with a 3 under after round 1. Gannon, you just looked at your phone. How do you feel about where you're sitting?
I mean, I'm fine with it. Obviously, like, today was really rough for me, but I'm only 2 off second place. So, I mean, 3 more rounds, it feels like, I mean, obviously the way I've been playing this year, I think, no matter what, I can have a chance of the win, if not, second place. So, obviously Niklas had a really great round, but also had some close OB calls, and he made a couple really huge putts. And I kind of saw the other side of that, it felt like, where I just missed my putts. So, scores can flip out here so quickly. Having that buffer that he has is going to be nice, but yeah, I'm going to get some practice putting in. Honestly, my biggest problem today was the grip. It was like kind of cold, but everything was so sticky, and so it's like it feels like you're going to shank everything. And I missed almost all my putts right today. I think I missed 4 putts right inside C1, and it's the most I've missed the entire season, so I don't think that'll happen again.
Needless to say, our jaws were on the ground because we rarely see you miss putts the way you did today, and maybe you just gave that perfect explanation. But you had also said yesterday that you were feeling a little bit rusty with the putt. Is it mechanical? Is it mental? Is it warm up? What is it? Or is it maybe these outside factors you were just talking about?
I mean, today I would say I actually got my putt feeling pretty good again before the round when I was practicing this morning, but the temperature just was weird today, and it was just like, I don't know, it was really odd. I just had such a tough time with all my discs. It wasn't just putters, it was everything. I shanked a couple forehands, which I feel like I don't usually do, and it just feels like I couldn't get a good consistent grip. But I saw the rest of the weekend's going to be pretty hot, which is when I play my best disc golf. So I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I mean, I actually think I was pretty decent off the tee for the most part. Kind of got slow there toward the end, but really confident, hitting my lines, had a bounce back after my bad hole 1, and in 3 rounds I think I can be right there.
We have to talk about hole 1 real quick. It was kind of brutal watching both you and Macbeth struggle the way you did. What was it to mentally refocus? Because ultimately you went on a 5-hole birdie streak shortly after that.
Yeah, it was a 5-hole birdie streak, and on hole 2 and 3, I think I threw some really good shots as well that could have been birdies if they were just a tiny bit different. And so that whole kind of end of the front 9, I played really solid. I feel like I got a pretty unfortunate bogey there in 8. And I just didn't capitalize toward the middle of the middle of the course, which you kind of have to do because there's a lot of tough holes in there. But yeah, I mean, game plan's going to stay the exact same. Hole 1, I think I'm just going to lay up unless I'm feeling aggressive. I might just blast one and see where it lands. I mean, that hole's really confusing. I don't think anybody's really figured out how to play that well. I think at some point, if you're going to get the birdie, you have to throw one really, really good shot. But there was a lot of over par scores. So for me, today on hole 1, it was an execution problem, wasn't a game plan problem. And, that's always what I'm looking to do with these majors and every tournament is make sure at the end of the day, I don't look back and be like, dang, I wish I would have made a different decision. And I don't think there's any holes today that I would change. I just need to throw it better.
All right. Well, it sounds like sound advice for yourself. Gannon Buhr sits 6 back of our leader in Antala. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Well, Gannon Buhr's already showed us that he can fight back from a deficit. He chased down Ricky Wysocki at the Big Easy Open. And look at the company he keeps in terms of major win percentage. Gannon has won a quarter of all of the majors he has played so far, and he's only behind the 2 GOAT candidates. And this is why people talk about Gannon as the possible future GOAT.
I also am blown away that 18, well, actually, Paul's 17 is only 29% of the total majors that he's played. It's like you got to show up and try. You're not going to win them all.
Yeah. So Gannon Buhr, I think said it just there at the end. He feels like he made the right choices today. He just didn't make his putts in some cases, and talked about some of those margins. What did you think about what he had to say?
Yeah. Well, I've talked to Gannon, and he talks about mental gymnastics a lot with me. And I think it drives some people nuts when a athlete says, I played bad because of X, the weather or the stickiness or something. Everybody plays in these conditions, so why you? But really, what I hear from Gannon when he talks like that, it's like, I can't control this situation. This thing happened. I played bad. I can't control it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to try my best to control the decisions that I can make, and I'm going to try harder the next day.
Well, we'll see what he can do tomorrow. A lot of good players up near the top, and a lot of players still within striking distance if Nicholas comes back down to earth at all in round 2. Brian, it's time for the OTB shot of the day. What is your thought? I mean, there's a lot of good candidates, I think.
I'm going to tuck myself into bed tonight, and I'm going to dream of that tee shot on 12 from Nicholas. Just such a pristine shot. That's what I think.
I'll take the AB Eagle putt. Let's roll it. OTB shot of the day.
My heart says the drive. My head says the Eagle putt. We're both going to be wrong, though.
Oh, we're definitely going to be wrong. We're always wrong.
Aha!
The tee shot at the 15th from AB. Testing that left side, the huge flex back.
Not too shabby.
Certainly not. That is your OTB shot of the day as he skips it up and puts himself in a position for this. So we're going to give him the whole hole, right? Double shot. Bang. What a putt from Anthony Barella. From even par, he used that to jumpstart a Eagle birdie streak to get him to 4 under on the round. Well, round 2 comes your way tomorrow. Coverage begins at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time for round 2 of FPO action. And then join us in the afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time for MPO coverage. And Nicholas Antila is your leader by 4 strokes. We'll see if he can hold off some chasers, including Ricky Wysocki, Adam Hammis, and Evan Smith with him on the lead card. For Brian Earhart, I'm Charlie Eisenhood signing off. Shout out to Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, back with us on the network for the first time this season. Great to have him out on the ground. We will see you tomorrow. Stats and information provided by PDGA Live and Stat Nando. We will see you in the morning.